agenda for the City of Charlotte's run of show for our June 8th, 2026 meeting. And I want to have introductions. Let's start with our clerk.
Ariel Smith, Lead City Clerk.
Andrea Leslie Fight, City Attorney.
Good evening, Dimple Edgemere at large.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington at large.
Joy Mayo, representing District 3.
Dante Anderson, District 1.
Let's see, who are we missing here?
James.
James, we'll have someone else coming in pretty soon. And I am Vi Lyles.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Kimberly Owens, representing District 6.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
All right.
Good evening, J.D. Masueta Arias, Council Member, District 5.
Good evening, I'm Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Okay, so I believe that's everyone else, and thank you all for attending our session. I hope that you'll be able to work with us and make things happier for all of us in this place. So let's go with this. We're now going to start off our meeting with with the consent agenda items.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. And as far as I'm aware, there's no outstanding questions still on consent, but if there are, please let me know at this time. Ms. Mayfield?
Ms. Mayfield?
Excuse me, thank you, Madam Mayor. I had some iPad issues over the weekend, so I'm trying to find the item because I left my book upstairs. Tonight, we have an item on where we have a hearing as well as a decision, and I had mentioned previously that I have concerns when we have hearings and decisions on the same night versus having a hearing from the community, and then having the discussion for whatever that item is. I'm double checking it. I think it was
Item 6 and 7, and that's in the chamber public hearing, not the consent, but yes, ma'am, it's public hearing
they're not
items.
in the consent, but I wanted to make sure to acknowledge that we need to have a conversation about having a public hearing the same night where item A is opening up the public hearing and item B being to approve whatever that project is without having enough time for discussion and for the community to be engaged in the process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Before I may have, Mr. Driggs has come in. And Mr. Graham, I think I just didn't see you.
No, I just came in too.
Okay, thank you. I was beginning to wonder if there's something had gotten, how's the new baby?
She is doing fine.
I think you and Ed should work together since you both have girls, you know. That's it. So thank you.
And now, Madam Mayor, if I may, if there's,
If we can have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 29 through 53 with the, Ms. Mayfield, did you want an exception? No. So let's go with all of those.
Second
We have a motion
and a second.
and a second. Any further conversation or anything else to say at this item? If not, all in favor, please raise your hands. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, knock on wood. There we go. I want to make sure we have that. All right, so now we don't have anything for a separate vote, as I understand. Is that correct, Madam Chair? I mean, Madam Clerk? Okay, we're good. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is introduce our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. And the action preview tonight, we have two items that have really had a lot of work been done on them, and it's good to be able to be here tonight to move them forward. We will have the MPTA interlocal agreement update, and we'll also have an update on red light cameras. So, Mayor, unless there's any questions.
Are there any questions for the manager or any questions or concerns regarding those two items? All right, then.
So
go ahead.
then, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Driggs for the introduction for our guests who are here tonight.
All
Mr. Manager, you look so doubtful just then. Are you sure? All right. So, colleagues, I just wanted to preface our discussion of the MPTA agreement by saying that the working group consisting of myself, Councilmember Owens, and Dr. Watlington spent time walking along as these negotiations took place, ensuring that the council received updates and was aware at all times of what kind of things were being discussed. I think we've landed in a good place. That's the important thing. I will emphasize, for one, as you know, there are phases to this plan. So from July 1st until, and forgive me if this is going to get repeated, I'll try to keep it short, but from July 1st to January 1st projected, CATS will continue to be operated by the city. The employees will continue to work for the city. And, but all of that is pursuant to an agreement with MPTA, because the PAVE Act provides that as of July 1st, coming up, MPTA belongs to and is controlled, CATS, Transit, belongs to and is controlled by the MPTA. And so what we're doing is for 6 months, we have an arrangement, an agreement, which is this document you see, pursuant to which CATS will continue to be operated by city employees, continue to be a city function, but pursuant to the terms of an agreement. After that, in phase 2, the intention is that the employees will move over to MPTA, that it will take responsibility for the operating of CATS, but there will be a lot of continuing involvement by the city, because a lot of the debt, for example, that is secured by the assets was issued by the city. And so we're going to have a kind of a symbiotic relationship with the MPTA for a while. I will just note, and Ms. Owens, I hope you'll speak in a moment, but we looked at considerable detail at some, I think, critical issues for the council. And one was, in brief, and again, we'll hear about it, but no employee of CATS will be worse off as a result of this. The simplest thing, there was a lot of conversation about indemnities and liabilities. But there again, the short upshot is that essentially no general fund money will be used in order to pay for CATS, but nor will CATS benefit from any of the sales tax money. So all the sales tax money will be used for transit, no general fund money will be used for transit. And I think, amazingly, those were the biggest issues, although there was a lot of detail around them. And I do appreciate the work that our staff did, and a bunch of names, I'm not going to try and mention them all, but also our cooperation with MPTA. So we got deep into a number of issues. They had concerns, we had concerns, and I think the way it was all worked out is a credit to them and to us. And that's my brief synopsis. Councilmember Owens, would you care to comment?
I'll just very briefly say I, too, took away a deep and abiding respect for the people who worked on this and the hours that went into really a proof of concept that was put out without the requisite timing to really accomplish it. These sorts of things, I think those of us who've been in the business community, as many of us have, can well appreciate that you don't want to rush something of this import. But because we were put in this situation, I think we did a phenomenal job under those circumstances, and I'm very pleased to cede the floor to council and have you give us further walkthrough.
So actually, before you start, one last remark. This is the last time we will all discuss this, okay? This thing has to be effective on July 1st, and right now we're on schedule to vote on it on the 22nd. Next week is a zoning meeting. So I just emphasize that, because if you have any concerns or you think there's something we need to talk about some more, we have to do it before the 22nd. Otherwise, the PAVE Act becomes effective, all the transit belongs to, and the cash goes to the MPTA, and we have no basis for cooperation with them. So we really need to get this done on the 22nd. And having said that, I'm pleased to hand over, Catherine, to you.
Thank you. Thank you for always showing up.
It's my pleasure. It really has been our pleasure to work with you all and staff. And I'm joined today, I want to note, by my colleagues Shalana Pirtle and Scott Leo from the Parker Post Charlotte office. As Councilmember Driggs said, this is really your time to comment and weigh in. What I hope to do in a presentation is to give you some visuals so that you can put into perspective, if you're a visual person, what Councilmember Driggs said about the phases, how this transition will roll out, and then focus on just 4 provisions That gives you, I think, some additional facts that you might be most focused on from what I've understood of the conversation so far before you talk to each other and with me. And just a reminder, the last time I was here was May 7th. We had before you a proposed draft that was in progress. There have been a number of changes since then. What you have as of today is a draft that the attorneys who've worked on it and staff would recommend for your approval, but of course it needs your comments. The changes that have been made since May 7th have also been provided to you in a summary form, and that's been added as an appendix. But there are a lot of those changes, so I want to walk you through, on a high level, the ones that I think I've heard you express the most concern about, and then hear comments and questions to any provision. I'll start again with the visuals. So this is really about a phased transition. 3 phases, the first being what we're referring to as the transition period. What these visuals show you is basically who's doing what during phase 1. The city will, of course, CATS personnel are still city personnel. The city still maintains debts, all assets will be operating the system, which means there's risk that comes with operating the system. The operating revenue will still flow to be collected by the city, and then the city maintains the fund balance. The ones that you'll be most concerned with are, of course, the debt reserve that you need to have in order to maintain your ratings, and the operating reserve. But there are other fund balances. There are many fund balances, and all of them to be maintained at this time. The MPTA, so again, this is July 1st, will take over policy and governance. That's similar to the relationship you had with the MTC, but of course, a much broader scope when the MPTA takes over. Sales tax revenue will begin to flow to the MPTA. That green arrow shows you that some of the sales tax will flow back to the city, and by back I mean forward to the city, to pay for CATS personnel, debt service, all assets, any of the money that's needed to pay for assets, operations, and to cover the legal risks that come up either before this agreement starts or during phase 1. Operation control is with the MPTA. The way that you are able to operate while the MPTA has operational control is through the interlocal cooperation statute. This is a legal provision that local governments take advantage of all the time when needing to jointly undertake some kind of task. So you will be able to jointly operate with the city maintaining the operations and the MPTA maintaining control, the public transit. The MPTA is also responsible for all of the transition activities that need to happen in order for the transfer to occur. That's phase 1. That starts July 1st by statute and will end the goal timeline is January 1st. What you should know is that if there are some services that have to be maintained by the city after January 1st, we have created safety nets within the interlocal agreement to be able to address those issues, and timelines and schedules for determining what those are so that you may enter into additional agreements as necessary with the MPTA for those kinds of services, back office services that might need to remain with the city after January 1st. In phase 2, you're in this sort of shared services period. Policy governance has, of course, remained with the MPTA. CATS personnel become MPTA personnel as of the first day of phase 2. The sales tax revenue is still flowing to the MPTA. It flows to the city to the extent needed to pay your debt service and to pay anything related to the encumbered assets. Operations now are with the MPTA. They retain transition activities. They are now paying for the legal risk of the system, and operating revenue Unencumbered assets are now with the MPTA, and the fund balance transfers to the MPTA. I'll take a moment just to give you a little detail on how all assets suddenly split into encumbered assets and unencumbered assets. What that means is an unencumbered asset is something that still has some debt related or grant that couldn't transfer, and the city has to maintain it by law. Anything that's not covered by debt is going to go to the MPTA. And in phase 3, you start the ongoing relationship of having the MPTA fully running the public transit system, paying off debts as they become prepayable, and then all of those encumbered assets that remain with the city during phase 2 are slowly starting to become unencumbered assets as the debt's paid off, and they will transfer to the MPTA. I want to focus on 4 provisions so you know where we landed when it comes to these 4 things that I believe we talked a good amount about over the last few months. Employees. Councilmember Driggs, I think, summarized it perfectly. As you want to see on the slides, in phase 1, the city is remaining the employer of record through phase 1. So you will maintain the same consistent policies that you have in the past with respect to those employees. Hiring and other kinds of natural order events that occur in the fall will occur in conjunction with the MPTA's notice. In phase 2, the MPTA is hiring all full-time CATS personnel as of day 1. And here's the important parts, I think, the most important. Compensation and retirement benefits are no less than the base offered by the city at the time before CATS personnel transfer. You will note there is a difference in language for when it comes to benefits, comparable benefit plan cost. That does not mean that the MPTA is expecting to provide anything less than the current benefit plans. The issue there is, in order to have a benefit plan, you have to negotiate with some third party. And so contractually, what the MPTA can agree to do is aim for the comparable cost, though it's going to look different just because of, or it may look different just because of who the provider might end up being. Let's also talk about how phase 1 operations are going to happen while the city maintains operations and the MPTA has operational control. The MPTA is going to enter into any contracts that are related to the transition activities. The city, on the other hand, is going to enter into all operational contracts. And those operational contracts include things like capital projects you might be thinking of. Here's the process we are going to go through in order to make sure that the city can move forward with an operational contract without it touching policy. I think this was a big item of discussion and concern. There's some operational contracts that the city will need to approve or consider to approve that also might touch on policy aspects. A good number might not, but a few might. So the process we have proposed is that the city will provide a list of contracts that need council approval to the MPTA. Say, here's our plan for the fall. The MPTA is going to identify those contracts on the list that they think there is some MPTA review needed, whether it be policy or otherwise. The city will seek council approval for contracts where the MPTA has approved or otherwise there's no approval from the MPTA needed. Here's the important part. In all cases, that MPTA review will not impact, impair, or negatively impact operations, meaning the timeline has to be worked out so that MPTA review happens before your scheduled time for review and approval. Let's talk a little bit about legal risk. We've broken this out in phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. I think the most important thing that should catch your eye is what it says at the bottom of each of those phases. In any case, in any phase, there will be no CATS liability that falls to the city's general fund. That's how it currently is now. You run a public enterprise that is the public transportation system. All the liabilities of that separate public enterprise stay with that separate public enterprise, and that's how it will be maintained through this agreement and in the future. Just to note for everybody, the word CATS liability continues to mean liabilities of the public transportation system even when the liabilities transfer to the MPTA. So you will continue operating CATs, but in the fall, but the MPTA funds, so the CATs funds that you hold on hand will be what pays that legal risk, and you are restricted from expanding beyond the current commitments you have. So that would mean you're not taking on new debt or grants related to the assets of the MPTA. The MPTA is in phase 2, going to take on all operations, all legal risk they'll be paying for, and there will be a time, probably in the future always, where the city and the MPTA have to work together to determine where there might be shared risk or shared liabilities, properties that maybe the city owns and there's CATS infrastructure currently and vice versa, and you will have to work through how those shared liabilities and shared risk are addressed. Those are probably going to be addressed through separate agreements, and we've written a provision in the agreement to address that. And then in phase 3, the MPTA is remaining fully responsible for CATS legal risk, which means the public transportation legal risk. All the final debt, grant, and asset transfer issues will be resolved, and again, there's no impact to the general fund. This is my final slide. The obligations in phase 1 break down like this. The city is going to pay for CATS operations using the transit funds on hand or the sales tax revenue that flows to the city. And the city is maintaining $100 million of operating reserve that you currently maintain. In terms of debt service obligations, the city is maintaining the $30 million debt reserve that you currently maintain, and the MPTA will transfer funds to the city for debt service as that's due. As long as you maintain debt service, you will maintain that debt reserve. Payment obligations are that the MPTA will provide to the city sufficient funds to pay operations without using operating reserves, meaning at all times you are able to pay those operating expenses as they come to you without needing to dip into the reserves that are there to protect the city's debt and bond ratings. I believe that's it from me. What is contained in the appendix are the differences between the May 7th draft and the current draft. I'm happy to go into explanation and detail into any of those, but I want to make sure that you all have the time to discuss and give comments. So I'll stop there.
I'm going to give you a comment and say thank you, especially for
Microphone, Mayor.
I'm sorry. I want to say thank you for what you've been doing, and I want to say thank you to a number of people that have been taking this time and making it work. Our own Ed, and I think about all of the mayors in the north and towns and what they've done, the county commissioners, we've done this well, and if we continue to do this as well as you've outlined it, I think we're going to be in okay. So I want to, though, open questions if there are any other comments. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the update. Just a couple questions. You mentioned that the employees that are transferring over, they won't be worse off as it relates to pay and benefits. What about any perspective on career pathing? Has the MPTA thought about adopting similar career pathings? Has that discussion happened at all?
That is not a discussion that we have had. The MPTA, of course, will be responsible for all their personnel policies that they've adopted, but that's not something that the city has weighed in on in this agreement.
Okay. Just really interesting as we are in this in-between space where we're both operating, it's a joint combination between the MPTA and the city. It would just be interesting to hear their perspective on that. I know they're going to be working on this over the break in July, so when we come back, perhaps we'll get an update on that. And then, as you talk about the legal risk, and I appreciate that on slide 8, but just from an overall, and I also appreciate the fact that there's no CATS liability that falls on the city's general fund. But what about, for example, I'm just going to pick something that's really, really sort of out there, but what about like a SEER Level 5 event that, heaven forbids, happens on our lines within Phase 1 or Phase 2? Who would be the person running the lead, or who would be the lead on that? Would it be the city sort of facilitating an extraordinary event and doing all the public relations, or would that fall on the MPTA, or some combination of both?
The best way to answer that, I think, is to recognize that the city and the MPTA are starting a relationship with this agreement and all future agreements, and there are so many of those types of issues that you will want to develop policies about, communication about, and coordination about. This agreement does not address that type of situation.
Gotcha. I think that's something we should think about because this is the legal framework for risk, and this is absolutely needed. But when we think about risk mitigation, and just over the last 5 years, the events that have happened on the light rail or with the trains and bearings and things of that nature, just the overall risk mitigation from an operational perspective, I think we need to have some conversations around that and keep that top of mind. That's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson, and then following Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilmember Anderson, I loved your question. So we did say that the employees wouldn't be harmed. But if an employee works for the city, there's lots of opportunity for advancement, just being an internal employee. So I think if we could think about the employees that are being transferred, if they have some type of priority for hiring in the city, if they would apply for a city job, maybe the first 2 years or something like that, if we could think about that. Because while they might not be harmed currently, where they would be harmed is not having the same opportunity or the same priority as an internal applicant would with the city. So for career advancement, if we could consider those quasi-employees or something so that when they apply for a city job, they have some type of priority. Just my suggestion. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? I'm sorry. We had Mr. Graham.
No, just a comment, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank Ed and Kimberly for kind of scrubbing the work for us. And I had an opportunity to attend 2 or 3 of the sessions that was held internally, and certainly I think this is where we need to be for sure. So I certainly support where we're at. Lastly, the word that keeps coming up over and over again is relationship. Relationship with the new authority, and I think we should be very intentional about establishing a strong foundation, working relationship with the authority, because again, this is beginning of a marathon, not a sprint, right? There'll be more these type of conversations in terms of how we interact with them. So I think this is a really good first start, and we're grounded in great legal advice. So thank you for the work.
All right, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to thank the committee members for all of your work on this and staff. I had a chance to sit with staff and Councilmember Owens earlier, and Councilmember Anderson, we actually had the conversation about risk mitigation earlier and thinking about what would that look like. And Councilmember Johnson, I appreciate the question that you asked for the manager, because understanding that once the MPTA is fully set up, all of CATS will be under that authority. The only role that council will have from that point forward is our appointment of 7 members. So we have to, and future councils have to be very intentional. So I think we have an opportunity prior to that first 2 years, and some have 2 years, some have 4, to think about what the qualifications are that we want to have in appointments, whether it's a reappointment and or appointing of new. But Manager Jones, we're thinking about what Councilmember Johnson just mentioned. For the employees, the challenge that I could see is our retirement system. So if MPTA is now its own entity, pretty much a governing board like we are, if an employee were to transfer back into the city, do they lose their seniorship? So you're vested after 5 years or 7 years or whatever, within the city, you're vested when you're with CATS and you have a retirement system, would they be starting over new or would they roll in?
So I'll make sure I'm correct with this, and I'll ask Catherine. Clearly, you lose nothing when you go from the city to the MPTA. You're asking a question that I don't think has been posed to me. So if they came back, Catherine, what's the impact?
The employees, so the MPTA will become a member of the local government employment retirement system maintained by the state. So you probably already have some shared agreements that employees who are transferring from other local governments will step into those same retirement benefits. It would be the same if they're coming from an Algiers local government unit.
So, and my apologies for not thinking about that question when we were together earlier, but just wanted to make sure that, again, say they've been with the city for 17 years, working with CATS for 17 years, and they have an opportunity to come work with the city, does that 17 get accounted for their 30 years, or making sure that they don't have to start all over? And that would be, I think that would fall more on our end than on the MPTA's end, since again, once it's a separate authority, even though the employees will have access to the retirement system, just thinking about how we would do transition. Thank you.
Do we have another question? Mr. Driggs.
I just wanted to comment, the chair, David Howard of MPTA, came to TPD, and I think almost all of us were there. But it was interesting to note that, particularly based on his experience as a member of council, albeit a few years ago, I think he responded very well to some pointed questions that you asked. And I think your observation is very much on target. This is the beginning of a relationship, and it's important for us to get off on the right foot. We need to recognize it's a partnership. This is not an arm's length transaction. And therefore, we're going to have to proceed on the basis of an element of trust. They need to trust us, we need to trust them, and we need to look forward to advancing the interests of Charlotte together. The other thing we talked about with Mr. Howard was a program of ongoing visits, reports, engagement. So we haven't worked out the details of that yet, but he acknowledged that there would be regular occurring kind of briefings to us by members of their board so that we can stay informed about what they're doing. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Jones?
Yep. So thank you, members, Mayor, members of council. I echo what Councilmember Driggs said, and I just want to make sure that I'm also putting it into the record. The relationship with the officers of the MPTA and the staff and the council is so important. And this isn't easy, but if we don't, we need to start off looking at this as a partnership and not a negotiation, because we'll be together for a long time. So I'm just really appreciative of how council has handled this, as well as staff, and I look forward to, in 2 weeks, moving this forward.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much. I do think that we're really doing a really great job, and I think when meeting Mr. Howard is just a great person and really wants to make this work, and I think it will. Let's just all keep our fingers crossed. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Jones, what's our next step? Thanks, Catherine. What's the next step?
Okay, so Mayor and Council, the last item that we have on the agenda preview is an update on red light cameras. And before I turn this over to the chair of our safety committee, Councilmember Anderson, again, this is something that I had an opportunity to come through the committee. I do believe after a bunch of fits and starts over the years, we're at a very good place to move forward with the red light camera. So with that said, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to the other Jones, Charlie Jones.
I'm not so sure. You should be thinking about this a little bit longer, right?
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely, if I could, Madam Mayor. I just want to give a brief introduction. First of all, as many of you may recall, the mayor issued a policy referral to the Safety Committee back in late March posing the question of whether the city should reinstate a red light camera program. And first, I want to acknowledge my safety committee members who have CM Ajmira, CM Mitchell, CM Graham, and CM Driggs, who are on the committee, and they do great work with me. I thank you for serving on this committee with me. But the committee got right to work on this referral, and we voted this particular item out of committee in May. And as you're going to hear from Mr. Jones here, staff are prepared to move forward with a red light camera pilot program. This effort is responsive to the concerns that we all council members have heard across our community. It directly aligns with our commitment to our Vision Zero policy, addressing traffic fatalities and serious injuries throughout the city streets, with an emphasis on the city's high injury network intersections. And so Mr. Jones is going to walk you through a lot of the work that has come out of committee, and then we'll have a Q&A session. So there you are, Mr. Jones. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Councilmember Anderson. I'm Charlie Jones, Deputy Director for the Charlotte Department of Transportation. Jump right into it. Just a quick refresh on the policy referral. Began as a referral from Mayor Lyles on March 25th. We provided a high-level overview at the April 6th committee meeting, and then went into additional details at the May 11th, 2026 committee meeting. Much of what we went over at that meeting is included in these slides that we'll get to here in a minute. But at that committee meeting, there were two recommendations that were forwarded for council consideration. Establish a red light camera program for a period of 1 year as a pilot, and then coordinate with the intergovernmental relations team to explore a local act authorizing a program with Charlotte Mecklenburg schools. So tonight's discussion are really around those two items. Just a recap of the existing legislation and ordinances around these programs. So a lot of what the programs are governed by is at the state statute level. And we also have local ordinances that are on the books from our previous red light camera program. So with the assistance from the city attorney's office, we found two avenues to reinstate a red light camera program. And since the April committee meeting, we actually learned that we have a local act that would allow us to increase our fines from our current ordinance limit of $50 to $75 should council so choose. During the committee meetings, there were several questions about advanced warning, insurance points. So what we wanted to do tonight was review the statutory requirements for red light camera programs and some of the details regarding those programs in North Carolina. So camera-equipped locations must have advanced warning signs. Citations are issued to the registered owner of the vehicle. And the statute requires that we provide provisions so that if someone's car is stolen or if someone lends their car to somebody and they weren't the driver, there has to be a process in place where that driver can fill out some paperwork and basically say, I was not driving that car, and they can assign that responsibility to whomever was driving their vehicle. Photographic citations are non-criminal violations, so no points are assigned to your driver's license for a red light camera citation, and no insurance points can be assigned to the driver. And that's at the state statute level. And we also have to establish a non-judicial administrative hearing process. So if someone would like to challenge the citation, there's an administrative process that they can go through to challenge those citations. Looking at red light camera programs across the country, there's approximately 350 communities that have active programs. And what we looked at were the programs that were more successful in that they were reducing serious and fatal injury collisions in their communities. And we found those programs had these common elements. They align with their Vision Zero goals using data to select and identify locations. They prioritize their high-injury network intersections. They use crash type, frequency, and severity to guide the deployment. And so the crash types we tend to look at for these are angle and left turn different roadway collisions. Angles, we all know, is T-bone crashes. Left turn different roadway is you're turning off the side street at the intersection. And so red light cameras are very effective at reducing those types of collisions. And then the other thing is just a elevated number of overall collisions. Final best practice that we found amongst the peer cities and other cities we looked at was data transparency and frequent reporting. So the committee asked us, what would a program look like? How would we pick locations? So we started with just that high level, identifying all the intersections in the city with fatal collisions. So we identified 39 intersections within the city that had had fatal collisions in the past 5 years. And we then added additional data to get that down to a list of about 10. And we looked at higher percentage of angle and left turn different roadway collisions, pedestrian and bicycle collisions at the intersections, and then a higher number of overall collisions. We came up with a candidate list that I'll say is an example of what a program might look like. These 10 locations had 1,841 collisions over 5 years, 26 fatal and serious injury collisions, 220 angle and left turn different roadway collisions, and then 24 pedestrian and/or bicycle collisions. I'll read through the list of locations with the caveat that this is a preliminary list to see what 10 locations may look like. As we move forward with a program, this list may change. We want to make sure we're using the most current data and have a good handle on we're putting the cameras at the right locations. So I don't want anybody to get, too excited and say, we're going to get a camera at this location. The data may point us to a different location, and that's part of the whole goal of using our high injury network is to follow the data and use the cameras. But the 10 locations we identified for this were Graham Street and Norris Avenue, University City Boulevard and the I-85 northbound ramp, Still Creek Road and Westinghouse, North Tryon Street and University City Boulevard, Central Avenue and Sharon Amity, W.T. Harris and North Tryon, South Tryon Street and Arrowwood Road, South Mint Street and West Boulevard, Central Avenue and Kilbourne, and 36th and the Plaza. One other reason why we don't want to set this list in stone just yet, there may be projects coming soon to some of these locations or projects in development, and we don't want to have a vendor install equipment that we end up taking out because of a roadway improvement project. So we want to make sure we've isolated locations that we're not going to have improvements that would, disrupt a camera thing or a camera location. One of the things we covered was engineering countermeasures. Why can't we just build safer intersections? And so we look at countermeasures that are common nationwide, and a lot of those are low cost. LED signal indications, signal timing adjustments, and reflective backplates. Not sure what a reflective backplate is. I brought my little handy dandy visual aid, and it's basically a thing that goes around the signal head to raise the visibility of the signal to a motorist. One thing here in Charlotte, we've done a great job. Most of our signals already have LED signal indications. It's a brighter light that you can see better. All of our signal timing is done based on industry standard, and it's done across the entire system. And then we have reflective backplates at many of our signals, and that's one of the first things we look at intersections when we do have a fatal crash or some type of other crash pattern. High-cost improvements are what we mainly think of as dedicated turn lanes, full intersection reconstruction, and/or sight distance improvements. Those projects tend to cost more than $500,000 or more and can take multiple years for planning, right-of-way acquisition, and a lot of things that don't immediately address safety issues while the planning and construction are going on. So based on that, we looked at a financial analysis for 10 intersections, and assumed that, based on feedback from several vendors, that approximately $5,000 per month per intersection would be our program cost. So the annual program cost would be $600,000. We used the $75 citation amount as just a benchmark and assumed 500 citations per month per location based on Pierce City research. It would result in $4.5 million of annual revenue. Of that, $4.05 million would go to CMS. That's their required disbursement from civil citations. And then the city's share would be $450,000. That leaves around $150,000 gap in revenue versus program costs. So, mentioned $150,000 gap. Whenever we start looking at safety benefits, a lot of those high-cost projects, we're not going to do an intersection reconstruction for $150,000. We're looking at millions of dollars. So we wanted to see what the safety benefit of red light cameras would be. So annual crashes at those 10 intersections without treatment, we expect to see around 1,600 collisions. 1.6, 1.5 serious injury fatal collisions annually, and then 44 angle and left turn different roadway collisions annually. With the red light camera program, based on industry research and tools from the Federal Highway Administration, looking at about a 25–30% reduction in total collisions at those intersections, less than one serious injury or fatal collision. It's hard to get to zero because there's so many factors that go into a fatal collision, but it does take it by almost half. And then 27 angle and left turn different roadway collisions versus 44. Those angle and left turn different roadway collisions tend to be your most serious and violent collisions that result in serious injuries. Gets us to the program funding. So the pilot program would be a city-funded program using the existing statutory approvals. The city would pay all the program expenses up front and distribute 90% of each citation to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. The city would retain 10% of each citation for program expenses. Looking at the future, ideally we would have an interlocal program, but that requires General Assembly action. In that instance, the city would provide all the revenue to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and then we would invoice them for our program costs and be reimbursed after the fact. So next steps, establish a pilot program. Staff will develop an RFP to select a program vendor. Council would be asked to approve the contract at a future business meeting. The goal is to have a pilot program begin by early 2027. And then at a future date, we would introduce an ordinance amendment to increase fines. And that would be at a future business meeting. And that would increase the fine from $50 to $75. And I'll open it up for any questions or feedback.
So, Madam Mayor, if I can just add one more point. Thank you, Mr. Jones. When we discussed this in committee, we had Ms. Smith, Debbie Smith, come and join us, and she mentioned that the funds that are needed for this particular pilot program are already baked into the Vision Zero program. So there are funds that are already available to execute this pilot program within Vision Zero today.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have a really great list of people that want to talk about this. And I'm trying to figure it out. And let's start with Ms. Ajmira and then followed by Ms. Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Jones, thank you so much for bringing this with a very quick turnaround. I appreciate the work that your team has done. Also, I appreciate Debbie Smith and her team for a quick turnaround on this. Couple of questions that I have. Did we explore an idea that was floated by Councilmember Owens about having this cameras rotating across the city so that we can get more benefit for just 10 cameras?
That's something we could put into the RFP. We're not entirely sure what the different contractors' construction looks like. If it's a, permanent that takes, quite a bit of construction to actually install the camera, it may be a challenge to move them. There may be vendors out there that have a less permanent camera system. So that's something we can definitely explore during the RFP process.
Yes, I would like us to explore that option because I was looking at the high injury network. If you go to slide number 7, where you got 39 intersections with fatal collisions. And if we only have 10 for 39 intersections, we got to be more creative with our solutions. So I support Councilmember Owen's idea. I think that was brilliant, where we can get more benefit. And then also she had suggested having sort of like a sign that says that there is a red light camera. Just the sign will prevent people from running red lights. Have you explored that idea?
Not completely. We don't want to get too many signs before we've got the program up and running, but that is something we'll also consider.
Yes, I think I would like to see both of those ideas being implemented, because how can we save more lives with this pilot program? When I look at this red lights camera, I don't look at just the cameras. This is really a public safety issues. We have seen how many lives that's been lost recently to red light to red light running. There have been few young lives that's been taken, and we are talking about pedestrians. We are also talking about cyclists. We are also talking about car drivers that follow the rules, and they get hit by someone who chooses to run a red light. So this is a serious issue. This is a public safety issue that we need to invest in. So certainly this is something I will support. And so this pilot program, it is for a year. And I appreciate that there will be some clear metrics and a dashboard, if we can have public-facing dashboard, so that people can see the performance metrics. They can also see outcomes and also more transparent reporting. So people know this is not a money-grabbing program. This is certainly about public safety and eliminating traffic fatalities, especially major crashes on our intersections. So that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Ms. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could we go to slide 5, please? So just wondering if later you can talk a little bit more about this non-judicial administration kind of process. Just wondering who would be standing that up? Would there be a cost associated with that? Has that already been baked into the budget that you've already outlined?
Our previous program relied on city staff to do that, so the vendor would provide that to city staff, so it would likely be city staff that would provide that service. As far as a cost, it would really just be the cost of doing business. We wouldn't have to pay an outside group to do that.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. Could we go to slide 12, please?
What slide was?
12, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Yes.
Just wondering if we can have potentially Mr. Manager think of some stipulations. As a former teacher, I'm excited that CMS will be getting some of these funds, but wondering if we can be thoughtful of how if we can influence maybe how some of those are going to be used. I know that we are providing $1 million for some workforce housing for CMS. Are there other instances where we can think through, this potential? I forgot where the slide was. It talked about how many millions of dollars that they'll be getting from this. Oh, sorry, that's slide 10.
Slide 10.
So yeah, $4.05 million is quite a good amount of money for us to think through. I think we have some common goals with CMS to think through how do we support our workforce. I would be interested in maybe seeing if there's some stipulations, if CMS would at all be interested in that. So how do they help not only their teachers, but bus drivers, custodial staff, all of the people who allow us to have a robust community. But yeah, I'd be interested in that. Not sure the logistics, but I know you can negotiate that for us. Thank you, sir.
All right, our next speaker is Ms. Mayfield, and Ms. Owens will follow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Go to the next slide. So we're anticipating, might be towards the end, that this will start in 27. Why, by early 27? Why do we need a year and a half to get this pilot up?
So that would be approximately 6 months, 6 to 7 months. Early's kind of nebulous, I know, but we do have to go through the procurement process. There is going to be a period, developing the contract, negotiating the contract, and additionally, whatever vendor we select will have to install and provide the equipment. And so we wanted to make sure we didn't set an unrealistic goal. We've all experienced, parts shortages and difficulty getting things, so we would hate to say we're going to stand this up in September and the vendor can't get the equipment. We really need to go through that procurement process and then, work with the vendor to get the equipment installed.
Okay, and when we go back to slide 10, where we're looking at the financial analysis for the intersections as well as looking at, so when we're looking, I want to make sure that I can explain it if someone asks. When we're saying the total estimated expenses, what are we actually calculating? So we're saying approximately $5,000 per month per intersection. We're saying that we think that's going to be the cost at each intersection for having the light there?
Yes. So based on feedback we've received from vendors, most vendors offer turnkey solutions now. So you pay them $5,000 a month per location, and they will operate a red light camera at that location and issue the citations and do all the back office parts of doing a red light camera program.
So, Manager, I would like to make a recommendation. We have a strong relationship with National League of Cities. We also have a number of partners through National League of Cities that actually do this work. I think it would be in the city's best interest for us to utilize some of those relationships because contractually, we might be able to identify a reduced cost based on the work as well as the expertise, but it's an opportunity for us to really utilize that long-term partnership that we have with National League of Cities and looking at who our potential partners are. Because I seem to have remembered at more than one conference at having representatives share, and some of them didn't necessarily look at what our out-of-pocket costs. There are some companies out there that actually have cost sharing. So there might be a way to look at the revenue if there's a way to help protect. Because the other thing that I don't think we ever really talk about is, along with injury and loss of life when these accidents happen, the debris that's left on highways, left on streets from the accident, the vehicles that aren't picked up immediately that trigger other accidents. So I'm salty right now because an accident happened on 485 on Saturday morning, and whatever debris that blew off from the vehicle blew out my front tire. But more importantly, it blew out the front tire of it blew out tires of 18-wheelers that was coming up behind me. So once you made it up past exit 3, there was at least 3 other vehicles that were sitting off to the side. we drive around and there are bumpers and other things that we constantly see. And in my dream world, along with catching those that run lights, because people have been acting like a red light is a suggestion, not an actual command to stop lately, and it is disheartening to see. In my dream world, them cameras might actually catch some of these people that keep opening up their car door and putting their whole bag of garbage out on the street as well. I don't know if we have the technology to capture that, but because we have a beautiful, clean city. It is not as clean as it once was, but that is due to the individuals riding around our city and thinking that the street should be their trash can. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson? That's good.
Madam Mayor, I believe you said it was me.
Ms. Johnson. And then I did Ms. Owens and then followed by Ms. Johnson.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So thank you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a couple of questions. Could you go back to the slide that has the entirety of the high energy network? I think that was slide 7, maybe? Yeah. So I note in slide 7, I just need to be able to speak to my district about this, that we've got 8 locations that are along the high energy network, but we are not going to get any of these in this immediate pilot. I'm assuming that is because while we have 8 discrete locations that have had identified fatalities, the totality of fatalities is not such that those were prioritized. Can you confirm that?
Without diving deeper into the data, that's probably what happened. These are intersections that had fatal collisions. What we're looking at more specifically for red light cameras is angle and left turn different roadway collisions. So those intersections in your district may have had a fatal collision at the intersection, but it may not have been one that's readily addressable by red light cameras.
Excellent, thank you. I've had a lot of interest in these out of my constituents, and I just want to be very clear with them that this is a pilot that you described as being fluid. Is that correct? So
Yes.
as you have stood those up, there is the potential that some of those could be moved to other locations?
Not only that, but this the list of 10 is just a preliminary list. As we start working through the RFP process and analyzing the most recent crash data, there may be a location in District 6 that rises to the surface.
Okay, no, thank you, I appreciate that. Just another question that I had around the, I have not done a pilot before. This is my first opportunity to see that, and so what is the normal cadence that we can appreciate? I know you said that there would be some transparency, but how will we know if it is working? Is there a routine time that you come back and report to us, or what does that look like?
Ideally, we would have a dashboard for red light camera violations and the collision data at those intersections. And with crash data, you tend to not want to compare weekly numbers. But I think at the conclusion of a year-long pilot, we could have some, this is working, or we need to rethink this approach.
Okay, and if you know, just one follow-up question, and this may be for the city attorney as well. Is there an intention to have the cameras run for a period of time before we go after the piece with the General Assembly? So are you needing to or wanting to show some efficacy of the cameras before we go and ask the question? And do you know what that time would be that you would go to the General Assembly?
So the intent was really, we understood Council's desire to stand something up. We know the state legislature's busy, they're in short session, and so the opportunity to get something before the state that window's very tight. And so the earliest opportunity I think we could have the delegation work on something would be later this year when they go back into session. And so it could be more than a year before we actually get to that interlocal agreement if the state legislature agrees with that approach.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I think I just wanted to also put out into the room, I would really like for us to stay on top of the things that we want to add to our legislative agenda. I think sometimes we get to those meetings and there's, oh gosh, we said this here or there. I think this is really one that provides a wonderful opportunity for us to work in partnership with our General Assembly and get them on board with this, because I think it eminently makes sense and it affirms a court ruling to that effect. So thank you, Mr. Jones.
All right. Our next speaker, our next JDRs.
Thank you.
Oh, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, sorry about that. Lady, you didn't look like her at all.
I think I just need glasses.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted some history, if we could. So it's my understanding this was, at some point, we had red light cameras in Charlotte. I think it was 2020 or 2021 when I was on the safety committee. I know Councilmember Eggleston was the chair. I don't remember who the vice chair was. It might have been Councilmember Ashmere or Watlington. I can't remember, but we talked about this. And there was a barrier into implementing it. Can you give us a little history? What's changed? Are we more progressive now? Did something happen with the law, or what happened?
One of the biggest changes has been the willingness to spend city funds to fund a program to reduce serious injury and fatal collisions. In the past, when we had a red light camera program, there was no capital program for Vision Zero. The funding wasn't there, and it would have required general fund dollars to run the program. Thanks to you all and the voters approving, bond packages where we have Vision Zero funds, I think what's changed is the calculus on a relatively small investment. I know $150,000 isn't relatively small, but from a road construction and building things, it is a lower amount. And so to have that Vision Zero funding that's available, that we can stand up a program that can potentially reduce or eliminate fatal and serious injury collisions, that's really what's changed. And favorable court rulings allowing cities to partner with the school boards to basically turn the program into a net neutral for everybody involved. Those rulings came out in, I believe, 2022, 2023 timeframe. So there's been kind of a growing shift in the way we view safety, and then of course favorable court rulings.
Thank you. So the money has to go to CMS. Is that
Yes.
okay? Are there any reports of how many cars are currently running the lights? Have we done any preliminary reporting?
No, we
Okay.
we didn't.
And the reason I ask is if it's $5,000 a month and the tickets are $75, there's a minimum that we have to make in order for it to make sense. I think it's like 66 cars. I'm sure we'll meet that, but I was just wondering if we had any preliminary numbers, okay? And how will the public be notified?
So, of course, we'll have signs posted at the intersections. We'll, of course, use our social media presence. We'll rely heavily on our media partners. So this would be one of those campaigns where there's a push to notify motorists throughout the city, hey, this program's coming. I know in the past when we stood up our speed camera program, there was a 2 to 3 week grace period where citations were mailed and at no charge, just to let people know, hey, this is here. In 2 weeks, you're going to have to pay if you continue this behavior. So there's different ways to get that message out, but we will definitely use city corporate communications and other partners to get that message to the public.
Okay, if we could really get this word out, because this is a change of behavior. Some people, if you say, what do you do at a yellow light? People speed up, right? So it really, really is a change of behavior. So if we could get that information out, maybe post it at the DMV and just really begin to change that behavior. I also like the idea of capturing people who are littering. Is that an option?
Not that I'm aware of at this time. So.
Big brother. Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's okay, all right, that's what I wanted to know. Okay. Well, if it is, can you research if that's an option?
I will definitely look into that.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Owens would like to have a follow-up question?
I think. Did anybody else?
Yes, there are more
Jamie?
people, but I thought you
sorry,
wanted to be,
Just to that point, my apologies, I forgot the question that I had. I know that we've seen that some vendors are doing both the noise cameras and the red light cameras. Could you speak to that in the same vein of the question that was just raised?
So one of the vendors that we've been in discussions with actually has the noise camera systems as part of their suite of tools. You know, I believe CMPD is currently working through that, and the attorney's office are working through those issues. There could be the potential, should the legislature grant us authority to that, where there would be economies of scale by having a vendor that can provide all those different camera enforcement solutions. There are cities such as Alexandria and Washington, D.C. that have a whole host of noise, stop sign running cameras, red light running cameras, and they tend to use the same vendor that provides all those services.
Okay. J.D. Arias?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for the presentation. I want to first start off by thanking the Public Safety Committee. Thank you so much for taking this on, and especially Sustain Charlotte and their advocacy efforts. Personally to me, because I have gotten the opportunity to visit families across Charlotte and visit those that have been impacted by traffic violence since I've been sworn in, such as Luz Mora's son, Diego Mora, who is a young bicyclist and is now paralyzed due to traffic violence, such as red light passings and traffic violence. Just most recently, in my district, which continues to be the district with the most traffic fatalities, one of Manolo's Bakery's employees, Angelica Chicas, a young lady who started to work there 2 months ago, died this past weekend, attempting to turn onto North Sharon Amity off of Central Avenue. And so this is extremely important. And of course, as I mentioned earlier during my term, my friend Lance Sotilo, who I went to college with, who passed away in Plaza in North 36th Street. And as well as myself, I got in a car accident a few weeks ago. So this is extremely important, and I'm so glad we as a city and all of our colleagues are taking a proactive approach in addressing this. I have a few questions. So financial concerns led to sunsetting the program the first time in 2006. What financial protections, risk mitigations would we be leveraging to ensure that this pilot is a success and we don't find ourselves in that situation again?
So I think at the end of the pilot, should the cost escalate beyond where, you as council aren't comfortable, and we as, the capital program managers realize, that maybe there's a higher and better use for those dollars than funding this program, especially if we don't see the reductions in collisions and reduction in fatal and serious injury collisions. I think that's when that metric comes into play.
Thank you. So the citations that will expect to generate revenue, how do you expect the city to see those funds be transparently tracked, reinvested, and reported to the public? So what mechanism do we expect to use to kind of see where those taxpayer dollars are going to?
So as far as the program, we will be paying for the program. We'll receive an invoice from the vendor every month, and we can show what we're paying on those invoices. And then as far as CMS's share, I'm sure there's a way monthly we could have a report of what's been sent to CMS.
Yeah, I think thank you, Mr. Jones. To my colleagues, I think that should also be essential and part of the interlocal agreement that we will potentially be a part of, is making sure that we have those that data transparency and reporting transparency. The other thing I would add to staff is as I've been contributing to the revamping of the Vision Zero data dashboard. Thank you so much for the work that you all are currently doing, and thank you, Council Member Esmira, for bringing that up earlier. I think implementing that into this dashboard, I think will also be crucial moving forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I too am a survivor of traffic violence, having been Some of you may remember having had an encounter with a car. I was lucky I had a dislocated shoulder and got banged up pretty good. I made a huge dent in the car. I just want you to know. For one, Ms. Mayo, I really like your suggestion. I'd like to explore that a little bit. This is a proposal that yields $4 million a year to CMS and costs us money. So I wonder if we could have a friendly conversation with them and maybe talk about having the proceeds committed to a fund of theirs, right? The purposes of which we would agree on with them, right? I mean, we can't interfere with their conduct of their business, I get that. But before we actually commit to this, if we just say, hey, we would like to know, we'd like to feel good about what will happen at CMS if we do this as part of our deliberation. The past thing, by the way, I remember the discussions about that, and the feeling was that we did not appreciate the fact that we couldn't cover our costs. That was an issue. But also the narrative at that time was that the reduction in those side impact collisions was offset by a lot of rear-end collisions, more rear-end collisions. And so at the time, it seemed like the net advantage wasn't necessarily that great. And then if you look at the reduction in fatalities in relation to the cost, even though you don't talk about human life in money terms, the actual, there are possibly other ways you could spend $600,000 and save more lives than this. So I just put that out there. Personally, I think this is something we should do. We should pursue the opportunity with the General Assembly to get full cost recovery. And bear in mind, too, that this is a pilot, right? If we like the way this goes out, the goal will be to leverage it, expand it, and at that point, the money that CMS gets is even bigger, right? So maybe you and I could talk about that, or we'll see what the constraints might be in terms of trying to partner with CMS. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Anderson, do you want to wrap? Is there anyone else that would like to comment before Ms. Anderson wraps this up? Okay, Ms. Anderson.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for this really great, robust discussion. I think from the tone of this conversation, we're in a pretty good place, and I like all the added dimensions that you all have brought to the table on this. I think at the bottom line, in conclusion, we're saying this is 10 intersections out of 39 intersections within our high injury network, which is approximately 25% of intersections within high injury, right? And so that's a pretty good number to have within a one-year pilot that could potentially yield the benefits that we see here. The other thing I've heard, a recurring theme around data and being data-driven. And Mr. Jones, as we we'll have to vote on this as a council, but if successful and if we move forward, I think a part of our RFP process should be around when you think about these turnkey companies that can provide reporting, how can that be resident-facing to the public, but also then potentially fit into our ERP system so it can be a part of our reporting suite for municipal activities and operations as well. And since we're upgrading our ERP system, I think those are salient questions you can ask through the RFP process. And lastly, we've talked about the dollars and how much that could potentially generate for CMS. Again, if it's 25% of the intersections, just back of the envelope calculation, 4 times that 4 million. I mean, that's looking like, if it's citywide, it could be 16 million or north of that CMS could get if this is a successful pilot. Now, we do have to, of course, City Manager, look at, and City Attorney, look at the constraints of the law within the General Assembly and the statutes, but I think some really good perspectives, CM Mayo and CM Driggs on that. So more to come, of course. This is the first action review, and it will be back in front of us to potentially take an action. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Jones, thank you. Let's head down now to start our city council meeting. Ms. Mayo?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Let's head down.
All right, we're going downstairs.
Yes,
Everybody
ma'am.
ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone, good afternoon.
Good
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for attending the Charlotte City Council meeting. I want to call this meeting to order and appreciate what you are doing to help us understand what's important in our community. I want to begin, though, we're going to have, with the call to order, we're going to have introductions, and we'll start with our clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk. Andrea Leslie Fight, City Attorney.
Good evening, Dimple Ashmira, at large.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington. I have the pleasure of serving you as a member at large.
Good evening, Joy Mayo, representing District 3.
Good evening and welcome to District 1. Dante Anderson, District 1.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Good evening, everyone. James Mitchell, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, Kimberly Owens, representing District 6.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Good evening, JD Masueta Arias, proudly representing the East Side, District 5.
Good evening, I'm Renee Johnson, and I have the honor of representing District 4.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I think everyone is in their seat and ready to go. We begin our meeting with an invocation, which is an expression or inspiration followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is intended to solemnize our proceedings. We celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without a religious faith. Tonight, we would like to ask Councilmember Mayo to give our invocation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we begin tonight's meeting, I'm reminded that innovation is not simply about embracing new technologies. It's also about challenging and creating thoughtful policies that help communities navigate change responsibly. Tonight, we'll consider important items, including our proposed budget and a potential moratorium on new data center development. While these may seem different topics, they both ask the same question. How do we prepare Charlotte for the future while protecting the quality of life that makes our city strong? The proposed budget reflects investments in public safety, affordable housing, small businesses, mobility, and our workforce. These investments help ensure that opportunity reaches every corner of our city. We'll also discuss the proposed data center moratorium. This conversation is not about being for or against innovation. Rather, it's about taking the time to understand the potential impacts of a rapidly growing industry and ensuring our policies keep pace with that growth. A temporary moratorium will allow us to study important considerations such as energy demand, water consumption, noise, infrastructure needs, land use compatibility, and potential impacts on nearby neighborhoods. It would also provide an opportunity for meaningful public engagement as we develop appropriate guardrails and statements and standards for future development. Innovation works best when it is paired with transparency, accountability, and community trust. My hope tonight is that we approach every item before us with curiosity, respect for different perspectives, and a shared commitment to Charlotte's long-term success. Thank you, and I look forward to a productive meeting this evening.
All right, let's have our Pledge of Allegiance if you choose to, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to recognize our city attorney, Andrea Leslie Fight. Attorney Leslie Fight has been recently honored by the North Carolina Bar Association as a recipient of its Leading Legends of Color Award. This prestigious, really prestigious award recognizes attorneys of color whose leadership, service, and achievements have made an undeniable impact on the legal profession and whose accomplishments may have helped pave the way for future generations. Nice. Throughout her service to the City of Charlotte, Attorney Leslie Fight has provided exceptional legal counsel, thoughtful leadership, and a steadfast commitment to public service. Her professionalism, integrity, and in dedication have earned the respect of colleagues across our organization. So on behalf of the City Council, congratulations on this well-deserved honor, and we are grateful for your service and proud to celebrate this remarkable achievement that you have made and helped us be a part of something really special in this community. Let's all raise a hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You want to say a few words?
Just thank you. I'm deeply honored and surprised. I didn't expect that, but thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think, how long have you been with us now?
7 months.
7 months. It might feel like 7 years, right? Mr. Graham has noted it as well, so that's it. So, let's see, I want to go ahead and start. We're going to start with our public hearing, and we're now going to open the public hearing on the Everett Express Incorporated Business Investment Grant. Madam Clerk, we do not have any speakers.
Move to close.
A second.
We have a motion to move and close. Any discussion? Mr. Driggs?
No, I'm voting in
Oh,
favor.
I'm sorry. All right, so all in favor of the motion? Anyone in opposition? So thank you all for that. I do have that motion. We are going to close that and approve the city's business investment grant to the Everett Express Everett Express here. All right, we're going to open the public hearing on Capital Group Companies Inc. Business Investment Grant. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing and to approve the city's business investment grant to the Capital Group companies for a total amount not to exceed $1,038,565 over the 5 years, over 5 years.
Approval for A and B, Mayor.
We have a motion for A and B and a second. Any further discussion? Is all in favor? Ms. Mayfield? Did you want to have a comment? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I mentioned it earlier, but I do have a concern when we have a public hearing and decision on the same evening. We had started this conversation back in February, on February 23rd, is when it went into closed session, which we need to do when we're having discussions of potential investment, but to have a public hearing today in June that gives little to no time for community to actually know that we're having a discussion and actually come down for the public hearing to understand why we will be making this type of investment, the total amount for the investment, because even with the last one, we didn't identify that this Part B is asking for us to approve the business investment grant for a total amount not to exceed $1,038,565 over 5 years, but we also don't discuss the reality that when we approve these grants, it is noted that if the company were not to meet the anticipated goals, that they would need to return any and all funds, but also that taxes that are due from the Capital Group companies must be paid before the grant payment is made. So I think there's an opportunity for us to not rush certain conversations, because we're in June. Council had this conversation in February. To have on any business agenda, opening a hearing and approving the grant basically in a single motion is concerning. So I will be, just as with the last one, I will be voting against this one as well.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayfield. Anyone else to comment? Okay, did I hear someone? There, so maybe upstairs. So we now have a motion to close this out. All in favor? All in favor, please raise your hand. And we have one person in opposition. Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. All right, so now we're going to move the next item. to the policy section for our agenda. City Manager, do you have any updates for council this meeting?
I do not.
You don't have any updates from Ms. Kim?
So, if I may,
Yes.
Mayor, I need to have a little bit of clarity on when this is appropriate, but I would like to revisit an issue with respect to the mayoral selection process. I know that it is not on the agenda, but we had discussed with council today that if we were to make a tweak to that, I'd like to put forward a motion that we modify the approach so that we can have a virtual participant. I think it's come to our attention that some people, because we chose a date and then went out with the date, we haven't had that opportunity.
So at the conclusion of your agenda, you can make a,
I'm sorry.
She's answering my question as to when I can do that.
Okay.
I wondered if
When-
I could do it during the city manager's report, which is what I was told.
pursuant to your rules of procedure.
If we could,
You either show up or you don't.
She's responding.
if we can have the city attorney give us a call.
Since this item is not on the agenda, at the conclusion of the agenda, there can be a motion to add it to the agenda, and council would need to vote on whether this topic can be added to tonight's agenda for discussion. Absent a unanimous vote, it would need to be added to a future agenda.
Okay.
One person email.
Okay, I withdraw that because I know I can't get to unanimity. I had discussed it with your office, and they thought that we could have a vote on it, but that's fine. That differs from your advice. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimberly. All right, so next we'll move to the policy section of our agenda. City Manager, do you have any updates for the council this evening? Hearing none? All right, our next policy item is the fiscal year 2027 operating budget and fiscal years 2027-31 capital investment plan. This represents our most important policy document that we make. I would like to first and almost always say that I'd like to commend the council on the diligence in this process to get to tonight's vote. The manager has proposed to us a very solid plan for each of you to review, and then you brought forward your ideas for adjustments on May the 18th meeting, and then reviewed and discussed each option on June the 1st with the straw votes meeting. You've collaborated and done a lot of time and work with us. These are tough decisions to be made, and we all understand that. But we have to continue to move forward because the citizens declare that we have to work hard together and do this collaboratively. So I hope that we will be able to make the adoption for the budget this year, tonight, and that would be great for. So I just want to make sure that that's where we are. Mr. Jones, we want to have a motion. We need a motion.
So moved.
A motion for.
Second.
And a second. All right.
Madam Mayor, before we proceed, I'd like to make a motion to recuse Councilmember Mayo on action number H.
Recuse.
Recuse. On action number H, please.
Okay. I think that
Well, that's true.
what I had is that she is recused, and you've already, do you want to make?
Yeah, I can make the motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not the motion. I
Just
think,
made the motion.
So I second.
okay, we have a motion on a second. And all in favor of recusal, all in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. I think I saw everyone down there. All right, so for item 9, is there a motion to adopt 2027 appropriations and tax levy ordinance, the FY 2027 compensation and benefits recommendations, and other items related to the annual budget ordinance adoption? Do I have a motion?
We have a motion and a second.
A motion and a second, Ms. Anderson,
You go to Graham.
Mr. Graham. Right, we have that. Ms. Mayfield has her hand up. Ms. Mayfield?
I was putting it up for when you got to
Oh, okay.
discussion, Mayor.
All right, so, so do we have a motion? And we have a motion, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Motion and a second.
Oh, we have to do all of this other things. All right, Mr. Graham, you're the business person here right now.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, members of council. First, let me start off by thanking the manager's office, the budget office, all the finance team, and the department heads for their participation in preparing the budget. I think this process started in early January, and here we are 6 months later, getting ready to pass what I think is a very challenging budget that reflects the needs of the citizens. Let me also thank the citizens for their participation in the surveys that we sent out earlier this year, the workshops, the public hearings, and providing their feedback on this year's operating budget. Just wanted to share with the council that the budget development process include input from the community, city departments, the mayor and council. We have 3 budget workshops and governance meetings, February 5th, March 5th, April 6th, and 2 budget workshops on February 23rd and March 23rd as well. The fiscal 27 budget is structurally balanced with a 2-year lens that preserves core services, advanced public safety, advanced in transformational mobility, and maintain reserves. The tax increase all goes to public safety, which is 1.89 property tax increase dedicated to enhancing public safety. Some of those items basically is increase for fire and police. It adds 35 cars to the police take-home vehicle program, promotes recruitment and retention of police and fire employees in the public safety pay plan across the board, pay increases. It provides funding to advance and complete animal care and control satellite adoption for the Center Project, and invest in small business and neighborhoods with $600,000 for business direct organizations and Main Street programs, supporting our corridors of opportunities. $500,000, these are again budget highlights, to expand youth internships at the city, with $1.5 million committed to expanding Road to Hire program, which is a great program that the city is investing in. It matches the historic 2024 transportation and neighborhood bonds at $300 million, which includes $60 million for strategic investment areas, $22 million for Vision Zero, $50 million for sidewalks, $10 million for bicycle facilities, $2 million for new orphan roads program, and $100 million to deliver 7 mobility projects by 2030. In addition, the budget also includes 2027 General Fund for Financial Partners, Carolina Youth, Community Culinary School, Crisis Assistance, Housing Collaborative, Parent-Child, Roof Above, etc. Obviously, there's always more projects than funds, and there were several projects that we were not able to fund. The Greater Enrichment Program, For the Struggle, Heart for the Invisible, Just Do It movement, as well as others, did not meet, are not included in this fiscal 27 budget. The committee, the council has agreed to revisit our process for how we review financial partners moving forward. And so we will take that into consideration as we move forward to distinguish and to discern how we will work with and improve the process or amend the process if necessary for nonprofit organizations seeking support from the city. This is a good budget. It's not a perfect budget, but it reflects the values of our community and investments in public safety and investments in housing, neighborhood development, core services that our community demands of us. And I just refer the budget to you and thank the manager and staff for its preparation.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. So the next policy item is,
Yep.
oh, we're going to start, is this okay? We're going to start with the council members making their comments. We'll start with Ms. Johnson and go all the way around the dais. Ms. Johnson, please kick us off. I mean, and not literally.
I'm happy to support nonviolence, right? And I'm also honored to sit on the council tonight and to vote in favor of a balanced FY27 budget that makes historic investments in Charlotte's future while heavily prioritizing our frontline workers. By securing a full 10% pay parity for both CMPD and CFD firefighters, we are proving that public safety is our top priority. Lifting our city employees to a $25 per hour minimum respects the dignity of those who keep our city moving. And I'm incredibly grateful that we fought to restore funding to organizations. But also, we must acknowledge the real strain that this budget puts on our local taxpayers and grassroots partners. While a property tax increase is necessary to build a safer city, it's painful to see vital community organizations left out. And I look forward to improving our policies so that we can take a more equitable approach. I'm honored to sit here tonight, and I look forward to supporting the budget. Thank you.
JDRS?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Chair Graham, for the work you and the committee put on into this and into staff. I will be supporting the budget tonight. There's a lot of great things that are included in this budget, including $600,000 to business district organizations across the Queen City. That includes organizations in our main corridors across the city, such as Charlotte East and District 5, Historic West End Partners, and other organizations that will be included in this programming and mainstream programming as well. And also very proud of the efforts that Councilmember Graham, Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell, and some other colleagues on this dais. It was a collective effort to include funding for a new international relations manager position for the city of Charlotte. As the 14th largest city in this country, for us to be the only one not to have a dedicated office or department for international relations is really an opportunity gap, particularly when it comes to the multi-billion-dollar transit mobility plan that will put a lot of folks to work. But we saw in one of our recent reports that there's going to be a workforce gap there. I mean, I could get political and say why there's a workforce gap in construction for obvious reasons, but I think this will help us identify those opportunities as well as encourage more foreign direct investment that really are going to bring jobs and help us compete with our other peer cities and make us a world-class city. As my colleagues have already have iterated, it is not a perfect budget, right? I think it is one of the natural consequences of not raising the property tax for 6 years, right? And we have to do this as we are continuing to grow as a city, edging now 1 million residents, as well as some disappointments in terms of some really good grassroots organizations such as For the Struggle, Prospera, and other organizations that weren't included in this budget, which I think I'm encouraged and looking forward to improving our financial partners process. And really proud of what we did last week as this council looked 2 weeks ago, or I believe it was last week, I don't know, it feels like a year already, where it came to pay parity for our frontline workers, right? It's essential, you know, we need our men and women in blue uniforms as much as we also need our firefighters, right? They're typically the first ones on the scene when it comes to the public safety issues that arise in the city. So I look forward to supporting this budget. As always, I think we can always improve and be better. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chairman Graham and the entire committee that represent our budget committee, as well as Manager Jones, for presenting us another balanced budget. I have been an extremely vocal advocate for our fire department. I appreciate the fact that in our budget, we have kept the funding for our burn center. There are other items in the budget that I have concerns about. Unfortunately, I think about, even though we have had a number of meetings, we have a very short window where we have those meetings, and we spend a lot of our time on financial partners, which is 0.01% of the total budget. We had around $6 million in financial requests that came in this year. We had less than $1 million that was actually available for allocation. I appreciate those that are here that are advocating for the struggle. We also have the opportunity individually to donate and support.
one of the challenges that we have talked about for years in creating a system is, one, an organization is gonna be able to come and apply for financial partners. We decided out of between 5 to 7 years. If this administration didn't teach anything, don't rely on government, because government got limitations in funding. One of the biggest challenges for a lot of our nonprofits is there was a lot of federal money that was available that has been eliminated under this administration. The other challenge is council approved a process for staff to adhere to. So if we got to have a conversation about our process with how scoring is done, because this is the second budget year where I said, if we're not going to stick to the process, then stop making staff go through it and just pick out the organizations that you want to fund. Because at the end of the day, excuse me, y'all, so at the end of the day, we have a responsibility with limited funds to try to figure out how to invest the best way that we can. We had, if you have a score from 100, and we had scores as low as in the 30s, how do we, and what staff did, I support. They picked from the money we had, if we were to fund at full capacity, we were able to fund 7 projects. If we had additional monies, then we would have been able to do more. But for me, it was very difficult to have an organization that scored a 96 to skip everyone that was 96 down to 89, skip everything in between to jump to another organization, no matter how much I might like the organization personally. Greater Enrichment does amazing work. They didn't show up to the meeting. It was one mandatory piece and the meeting was online. No, I'm not going to support later a conversation about having our interim mayor discussion online because you're not phoning that in. If you can't make the time to get here, I'm not understanding why you put an application in. That's a whole separate piece for me. But I also have concerns when we think about our water and sewer. Yes, Charlotte is the lowest when we look at impact, but the individual impact. So if we move forward with the proposal that we have currently in the budget, because again, we spent a lot of time on a small piece of the budget. We didn't go into breaking down the actual increase and the way that works out for solid waste fee, residential curbside. Currently, that's $120.30. What's proposed is a 13.51% increase, which would take it to $136.55. If we look at water and sewer, and we say what the average user rate is, I don't know what that average rate is based off of when we have townhomes as well as single-family homes. But what we have noted is currently is $921.60. The proposal is a 5.74% increase. Stormwater, $129.84. The proposal is an additional 4.44% increase. So when we look at over the years, the city has not passed a property tax, even though I had recommended that we had at least had real conversation about incremental so that we wouldn't have a large tax, which now we're looking at a 6.95% increase at one time, but we have consistently, because it's baked into the model, when we look at solid waste, water, and sewer, that has been a consistent increase. We have to recognize that we have residents in our community right now that have experienced layoffs, and those layoffs are not, they're out of work for 3-4 weeks. People have been out of work for a year or more. They are not bouncing back in. Our big partners, the banks, have been laying off, and when they lay off hundreds at a time. When some of the corporate investments that we have made and those companies lay off, there's not a transition plan that's getting these people back into the workforce at the pay that they were making. So you have someone that was earning $27, $28 an hour in a field for 15, 20 plus years now being offered $18 to $20 an hour. That's a considerable cut to their cost of living, so I have a challenge. I don't know if I'm still praying on the fact of whether or not I can raise my hand for the budget, because we have the full budget and we don't break the budget out. But we have some clear line items throughout the budget that give me concern, because I own that in our last budget, I did not speak up to some fees that were going to be instituted regarding uptown parking. I had an individual conversation with the mayor, but I did not bring it to full council, and I did not speak to it out loud. That has caused tremendous challenge. That has caused challenges for our workers, whether they're in hospitality or they work at one of our event spaces that once had access to parking after 6 o'clock. That is no longer the case. You also have a 2-hour limit. We were just talking over this weekend, people came to visit. You can't even extend your parking for 4 hours. You need to physically leave wherever you are and try to find another parking space. Council approved these parking spaces years ago when we approved developments in Uptown. When we approved multifamily developments, we negotiated parking that we then turn around through a budget request through Center City Partners to move access to those parking spaces to be listed under Park It and have a fee to have constant turnover. That's fine for the people who come in and visit. But are we creating obstacles for our own residents to enjoy their uptown? Because it's not accessible. We're working on a better transportation system. We will soon have the funds, and I pray that that MPTA does the right thing, because it will soon be out of our hands to create a more robust public transportation system. But the majority of us drive. And if I have to drive in Uptown, this is one of the last places that I'm gonna try to have a meeting, because I'm not paying $25 a parking, because y'all don't pay me enough for that. So I want us to be transparent in our budget. We have some really great investments in our budget. We have some really good opportunities in our budget. But I also want us to be cognizant of when we vote, it is not just the impact that we're paying in taxes. Our community is feeling this impact, and our most vulnerable, as well as our workforce, is feeling the impact of a 6.95% increase, a 13.51%, a 5.74, a 4.44. It might not sound like $5.76 additional is a lot, but $16.25 is a meal. So that going from $921.60 to $974, $52.92, that's not only a meal, that's a meal and a bill for some people. So I want us to try to figure out how to really look at the impact of our decisions as we move forward and we go through this budget cycle, or figure out a way for us to try to have more budget conversation and not get stuck on just the financial partners, which are important, but that's 0.01% of the entire budget. When we're looking at the impact of our fees and the residential versus corporate impact to those fees, I want us to try to be more intentional with how we move forward. I appreciate, Manager, us not being redirected and sticking at the $125 million for the Housing Trust Bond. I had great concern of an additional 16 cents being added to try to get to the $200 million for a one-time bond allocation and what that financial impact can look like. But I think we also need to figure out how we can start preparing now on how to help our residents, that when that tax bill comes out, that $650 we get from the county is not enough. We talked about this previously. We need to look at what is the real impact of that new tax rate, and is that going to cause displacement or hardship? Because if I bought my home 20 years ago for under $100,000, and that house is now valued because of the market and because of is now valued at $600,000, $700,000, This new tax bill is giving me a over $2,000 tax bill. We need to make sure that we figure out a way to help those residents the same way we help our development community when it comes to allowing them to take those taxes to turn into subsidy. Attorney Leslie Fight, what could the language look like, and will we have the legal ability to look at a subsidy for our residents that potentially will face hardship? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as a retired finance professional, Mr. Manager, I want to commend you on the outstanding preparation and presentation of your budget. As usual, I expect you will win the usual award. And that matters a lot. I mean, it's a very professional look for us, and I think it reflects well on all of us. You also did a great job, I think, of taking on board the input that you got, diverse sources of input, identifying where there was priority, and incorporating that into your budget. I appreciate the fact that first responders are getting an increase, because it's good that that's one thing on which we can all agree. We need to take care of those people. Safety is a big priority for us, and we need to invest there. I do have two concerns. One of them is, in my view, as a retired finance professional, I believe that we are stretching our capacity to spend and to borrow. We had to dip into a couple of reserve funds in order to accommodate some changes in the budget. So I believe our cushion is thinner than it was in the past. It concerns me. I hate to think we end up in a place where we can't manage without another tax increase. The second thing is the tax increase itself. This is not just a partisan issue. The fact is that tax increase for a lot of low-income households that matter the most to us hurts. And there are many people on both sides of the aisle who are fundamentally opposed to a tax increase. And I think I have an obligation to them not to support this budget, even while I express my appreciation for its qualities. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kimberly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I won't belabor points that have already been mentioned by my fellow council members. One of the things that I want to commend the city manager and the budget team on is the raise of the minimum pay to $25 an hour. I think that sends a message to communities and to our corporate community that we're trying to lead by example, and I appreciate that immensely. I'm hopeful that we also, and this is something I'd love to take up with the city attorney, is whether we can also adopt a responsible contract partner plan that really looks at things beyond wage and hour requirements that we know we're limited to, but that we can build on that leadership that we're trying to show with the way that we engage our contractors. So I look forward to opportunity to engage in that. Another point that I will mention, and while I have deep and abiding respect for Chair Mayfield, I really am disappointed that we didn't get to $200 million on the Housing Trust Fund. I think that housing is such an essential component of one's lived experience in Charlotte, and I am disappointed, but am thankful that we got to the additional $25 million. I do appreciate that. The third item that I'm deeply thankful for, and I think that this reflects Chief Patterson's well-articulated 3 priorities, is that we have been able to fund take-home vehicles for CMPD, the 10% raise that's already been addressed, but also the dash cams. And for me, those are things, again, that do feed into that narrative that Chief Patterson really wants to focus on recruitment and retention of officers. We as a community have had a lot of focus on public safety, and I think an appropriate focus on her priorities is definitely something I'm proud that we were able to deliver. And then I'll say that, another more creative item of the budget that sort of came up and we discussed, and it still needs to be scoped within committee, but the funding that's made available for a transit model that was brought to us by Dr. Watlington. I'm excited that we can potentially go forward with some ideation around what that can look like. But I will caution, and this will come up in my comments later on data centers, that a whole lot of the energy that is in this space is paradoxically for some in the AI space, and it is around, optimization models that computers can run that we cannot. So there is always that push-pull between our different priorities, and we'll discuss that when we discuss the moratorium. And then finally, on the financial partners, I will second the comments of Councilmember Mayfield, and I do want to take a moment to explain how I personally approached nonprofit funding in this year's budget. This is my first budget to go through, but I know that many residents care deeply about fairness, transparency, and how we divide public dollars. This year, as I understood it, the city required every nonprofit partner to go through the same standardized application and scoring process after, of course, as was said, a mandatory financial partner meeting. I am personally happy that that meeting had a virtual option, because I think any meeting that we have that enables folks to participate virtually can address accessibility issues, and particularly when we schedule things without adequate notice, perhaps there are times when people cannot attend. And so I'm appreciative that we made that possibility available then. This year, the city required every nonprofit partner to go through the same application process, and that included our longtime partners, our new applicants, and folks like Safe Alliance that have historically been funded through the crime reduction PAYGO dollars. And we did this to create a clear and consistent record, a transparent record of how each organization aligns with city priorities, demonstrates impact, and manages public funds. The scoring rubric was applied equally to all applicants, and some organizations scored very well, others did not meet the threshold for funding. As a council member, I believe it's important that we respect the process that we ask staff to run, and that means honoring the scores, even when we personally admire the mission of an organization. At the same time, I want to be very clear why I continued to support funding for Safe Alliance. Their work is directly applied and tied to violent crime reduction and victim services, core public service functions that the city has historically supported through our crime reduction PAYGO budget. Domestic violence is one of the highest volume violent crime categories of CMPD, and Safe Alliance is a critical part of that response system that keeps survivors safe. So while they participated in the process for transparency, their funding source differs from that for the financial partners. And so that is the distinction that I personally made, and I owe it to District 6 to explain that process, and I hope that I've done so. I am proud to support this budget, and I appreciate the leadership that was evidenced by its creation. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for presenting us a balanced budget that really leans in and underscores our priorities as a city and as a council. I'm excited about this budget this year, although we do have a tax increase. But as you all know, the City of Charlotte is steadfast on not increasing taxes if we do not have to, which is why we have a multi-year track record of not increasing the tax rate for our residents. And this year, we're in a different position due to a variety of different things going on. But our city is growing, and I hope that you see when you look at this budget that we are investing in the things that really and truly matter for our city. Housing is increased to $125 million on our housing trust fund. You see pay parity for our first responders, which was #1 in their book to have pay parity across the board, as well as a $25 minimum for our own city employees. But then you see investments that we're making as it relates to infrastructure, and understanding that as a city, one of our main goals is to provide good and accurate services to you all, to the residents of Charlotte. And there is some increase in investment in those spaces, but Charlotte is growing. We are growing as a city, and our approach to services is becoming more nuanced as the footprints grow and expand our city bounds. And so I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to say too much more. My colleagues have said a lot. I will be supporting this budget this year, and I look forward to us advancing our journey of becoming a world-class city and advancing on that list of being top 15, number 14 in the country. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Ms. Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't speak long, just want to pretty much agree with my colleagues on many of their points regarding this year's budget. You can really see that priority really was for public safety and thinking about our employees, which I think is so important that we're able to retain employees, great employees that we have at the city. As we know that the public sector and the private sector, there's a huge difference, and they could go other places and I'm sure make much more money and not have to deal with headaches from us council members. So just really want to just thank them for their time and their effort, and I hope that this budget really reflects the respect that we have for them.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't rehash the points that my colleagues already made. Many of you are familiar with the highlights of the budget. Certainly, I was pleased to initiate the motion for pay parity, and I'm so happy to stand with my colleagues to have supported that. At the end of the day, there are a lot of great things in this budget, but I'll repeat what I've been saying for years. We need to take a much deeper dive into our budget because we are growing rapidly and our needs are accelerating. And we understand that while we're making investments in the future, which we absolutely have to, we want to make sure that as the #1 fastest growing city in the nation, that our current residents are not just paying it forward, but are seeing dividends today that improve our quality of life. And so that's what my focus is as we go into this year and into this next budget cycle, is how do we make sure that our dollars are not only going for future residents, but are impacting and improving the lives of current residents, whether that's pay parity for our first responders, or that's workforce development investments, or that's smart infrastructure investments that help us to relieve congestion and overages on the systems today. So I will be supporting the budget tonight, and I hope that as we continue to sharpen our pencils going forward, that we roll up our sleeves and do a deeper dive. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmera?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with some of the comments that's been made by my colleagues. I agree with Chairman Graham. This budget is not a perfect budget because of the higher tax increase in this year's budget. I've heard from a number of residents, especially who live on a fixed income, our senior citizens, citizens with special needs. They have expressed concerns about being displaced. And I think we need to look at our incentives to see whether we are subsidizing large organizations, large corporations on the back of working people, and how much is it costing our community. I agree with Councilmember Mayfield. Our most vulnerable is feeling the impact. I talked with some of my neighbors in East Charlotte, in Far East, who are struggling with trying to keep up with the property tax bill, on top of the sales tax increase that's going in effect in July 1st, on top of the number of fee increases from water and solid waste. And I know it's not going to stop here. I certainly appreciate that the county manager proposed the budget without any property tax increase. And I would have liked to see further reduction in a property tax increase, but I also appreciate the work that the budget staff had done to increase our employees' minimum wage to $25 per hour. That shows that we lead by an example. We need to take care of our own. I also appreciated how we made significant investments in public safety, especially our police and fire, as we are trying to recruit and retain our officers and our firefighters. I often hear from our community where priority 2 calls are not meeting the benchmark that it should. So when someone calls 911, the response time should meet the benchmark. Unfortunately, our priority 2 calls when it comes to CMPD are not meeting that benchmark, and I hope with this increase, we are able to meet that benchmark, because that is certainly our core services that we must provide. I came into this budget process with 2 priorities: support the people who serve our city, which is our employees, and protect the people who pay for our city, which is our taxpayers. And we've come a long way. I think during the budget adjustment process, we did ask the city manager and the budget staff to go back and look at all of these adjustments without any additional tax increase, which you have done that. So thanks to you, Marie, and the entire budget team and Mr. Jones for your leadership on not introducing additional tax on all of these adjustments that the council proposed. We did strengthen firefighter compensation, to Councilmember Watlington's point. We invested in public safety, to Councilmember Dante's point. And we maintained our commitment to neighborhoods and mobility. And throughout this process, every single council member never stopped asking how we can do more while asking taxpayers for less. And I think that's responsible government, because every dollar in this budget belongs to the people of Charlotte before it belongs to the government. So with that, I will be supporting this budget, but I look forward to doing a more deeper dive as we discuss next year's fiscal year budget process, because we will need to make sure that we are taking our most vulnerable population very seriously. And we are reviewing our subsidies and how much it is costing our communities, that we are not introducing subsidies to large corporations on the back of the very people we are trying to protect. That's all I have. Thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm not going to belabor. I think you've heard from my colleagues who share why this budget was so important to them, and we truly know the impact it has on our citizens. So I am going to highlight, first I'm going to start off by saying thank you to City Manager and to the budget team. And Councilmember Ashmere point, we challenge you more than one time to go back to sharpen your pencil so we can make sure we have the minimum impact we can have to our citizens. So that I say thank you. To our CMPD and Fire Department, I think this reflects our priorities by giving you the 10% raise for both departments. City Manager Jones, thank you for sending a message to our city employees that a minimum we're going to raise $25 an hour to continue to lead, and hopefully other corporations will follow what the City of Charlotte is doing. And I have to thank my colleagues. We put some new this year with Business District Organization. Councilmember Graham, Councilmember JD, Councilmember Mayo, and Councilmember Anderson. This started with a meeting we had with our Business District Organization to really challenge us to say we could be more impactful if there's additional funding for us. And so to my colleagues, this council, $600,000 will be going to our Business District Organization. Charlotte is growing fast, 14th largest city, and I do think it's time that we invest more in our international relationships that we currently have. And so I'm proud to say I will be supporting the new position that we're going to have in this budget. And to all the citizens, I think you need to know that we receive your emails. We hear you loud and clear. We know there's a struggle. But the challenge we have is how do we continue to move this city, keep you safe, making sure that we continue to do the important things, pick up your garbage, provide good water. But more importantly, we still have affordable housing challenge before the 14th largest city in America. And so thank you, City Manager, for putting $125 million. That's more than we've ever done before. It was always $100 million. So thanks to all. Thanks for your emails. And thank you for this council for all the hard work to get us here today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think that everyone has had an opportunity to speak, and I really appreciate the kindness of understanding how difficult it can be to do something in a company like this. And government is important, and the people along this dais are working very hard to be a part of what we can do and to do it better for our city. So right now, do I have a motion? Is there a motion to adopt? There was already a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Ms. Mayfield and Mr. Driggs. Thank you, everyone. So let's just move forward to our next item. Our next policy item is a temporary moratorium on the new telecommunications facilities, storage facilities. For item 10, is there a motion to adopt an ordinance to impose a 150-day moratorium on the acceptance, processing, and approval of applications for new telecommunications and data storage facilities within the city of Charlotte, North Carolina, and its ETJ pursuant on General Statute 160-107?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All right, now we want to have some comments about this as well. And so we started this way, we'll start this way this time. Thank you. Ms. Ashmira.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I just want to recognize individuals and organizations that have helped us with getting us to this process. I wanted to give a shout out to my neighbors who are here, Susanna, Gustavo, and Charlotte East, Greg Asciutto, and the entire crew who is here. Thank you for speaking up for our communities and our neighborhoods. I also wanted to give a shout out to Robert Dawkins, Action NC, and the entire team for providing us a white paper on what regulation should look like. I certainly appreciate it. I want to also give a shout out to Tony Mingo and neighborhood leaders like Reverend Jeanette Garner-Mullins for speaking up for neighborhoods from University area to West Charlotte. I certainly appreciate the work. And many experts who had reached out to us over past several months, from Clean Air Carolina to Catawba Riverkeeper to all other organizations who have helped us to get to this point. So I just want to be very clear, because the question before us today, it is not whether data centers are good or bad. The question is whether Charlotte has the right policy framework in place to manage them responsibly. So today, I believe the answer is that we need to do our homework, and we need to make sure we put guardrails and safeguards in place to protect our taxpayers, to protect our residents, and to protect our health. So this 150-day pause gives us the time that we need to do our homework. A 150-day pause today can prevent years of unintended consequences tomorrow. And a 150-day pause so we can get this right. I also want to thank the attorney, Andrea Leslie Fight, and your team, Terry Hagler-Gray, for your due diligence on this. I think your staff led on this issue, and I certainly appreciate that. And I also want to highlight the work that's been done by Heather Bollick and her team, and Allison and her team. With that, we need to move forward, and I hope that this action tonight is unanimous, because it will send a strong message to our community that this is not a partisan issue when it comes to protecting our neighborhoods across the city. This is not a blue or red issue. This is an issue about quality of life. This is about clean air, clean water, and good neighborhoods. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. I have to say, y'all, I'm proud of you because we're on a roll. And what I mean when I say that is that we are showing up, whether you are a member of the business community or a neighbor or you're an advocate for clean air or sustainable solutions. This is what it looks like when people come together. This is what policy work is at its best, is that people who have totally different experiences, backgrounds, and in some cases even values are willing to come to the table and have a conversation so that we're not having to make false choices here at the dais. I absolutely support the 150-day moratorium to do exactly that. We are facing new issues that we have not had to face at this level because we are growing so rapidly. And I think that's a great thing because we have the capacity and the capability in our community to do exactly that. We've got to dig deeper. We've got to really understand not only the legal framework, but also the technical information, whether it's the data itself or it is the scientific basis behind the impacts to our communities. When we can agree on the facts, then we can talk about good policy. And I think that that's exactly what this 150-day moratorium will do, is give us an opportunity to come to the table together to review and understand and align on the facts, and then decide what's best for our community, because ultimately we determine how it grows. We are growing. There is no mistake about that, but we need to do it intentionally. And so I look forward to reviewing the policies and co-developing the policy with you. I look forward to seeing how that informs our economic development incentives, how it informs our infrastructure investments going forward, and frankly, how it informs our housing policy going forward. It is far-reaching, far beyond one data center or two data centers. So I look forward to building the city with you. Thank you.
Ms. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very appreciative of Dimple and her leadership and others on council for really spearheading this. I think this is so important for us, particularly when we think of land use in our policies. So I too will be supporting this, as many of my colleagues. Thank you. As someone who works at an environmental nonprofit at my real job, or not, that isn't my real job, but it's part-time / really full-time. You know what I mean? Sorry, silliness. But yeah, just that, I know how important it is for us to really be forward-thinking. At my job, we always talk about the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Right. And while I know we've heard a lot about maybe we should have thought about some policies in 2020 or 2023, I'm really proud of the work that we're doing now. And also incorporating community into those conversations. So I continue to support these conversations about how we can be better stewards to meet the needs of our community. So excited to continue to work with you all.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank all of you all for coming out and having a continued level of engagement around a variety of different topics. This topic of data centers is something that is not new, but has bubbled up in a very meaningful way over the last several months, not only here in Charlotte, but really throughout the entire country, as we're looking at the proliferation of hyperscale data centers and different types of data centers that we haven't seen traditionally. I think it's important to know, as we ask questions through this process and staff have provided us information, we have data centers in our community here in the city of Charlotte that have been around since 1990. And so that's what I mean when I say it's not a new issue. But what we now have to see is we are operating in a 21st century, and with the advanced technologies that really advance on an exponential level, because that's the way tech works, we have to understand what the impacts are to communities. We have to understand what the impacts are to the environment, the impacts to small children, and having these facilities close or proximate to K-12 schools. And so that is, I hope, part of the work that we'll do during this moratorium. The other thing that I think we can do is be very savvy about what the General Assembly allows us to do here at the local level. So looking at the types of data centers that might move forward, looking at the technologies, whether it's a closed loop system, whether it takes advantage of chilling the chips right there on site rather than having a large water chilling system, whether it's having what is called behind the meter strategies, which means that all of that electricity and all of that power source is right there on that site and not pulling from our municipal utility and then therefore having an adverse effect on your rates that you pay as regular citizens. So a lot of that work is going to be done. I commend our staff on immediately standing up an interdisciplinary team to look at this. There's a lot of newness to it, so as you all advocate, I just want you all to extend some grace to staff as we're navigating through this, because there really is no rubric around how you actually specifically deal with this. We are learning as we go. We're learning from others who might be a step or two ahead of us, and we're trying to be nimble to make sure that we're taking care of your needs, our residents, and making sure that our city is safe. So of course, without saying, of course, I'm going to support this 150-day moratorium while we do all that heavy lifting that I just described. Thank you all.
I would like to take a moment.
I have one question for you. Does this include
Sir,
sorry,
sir, sir, you can't yell out.
I want to
Okay.
know, are you going to stop building water
Officer?
on Chapel Road?
Sir, sir.
Ed, the first one to call.
Yes.
She wanted to
so
respond.
before,
Take your
Too late.
The attorney,
She got it.
so I wanted to say this. Sitting up on the top is one of our former city councilwomen, Nancy Carter. I had the opportunity to spend some time with her and the Clean Air Group over the weekend, and I want you to always understand that we believe in people, and of course, people like Nancy, they've stayed with us. They've made it possible for all of us to be here today and to actually think, how do we do this better? So Nancy, thank you for the work that you do. Stand up. You got to stand up and get a round of applause. And Allison, where's Allison?
Al Austin.
Al, where are you, Al? I can't stand up. Stand up, please.
You don't have on shorts on today, you good.
Ignore that. Al also is the chair of his community, and I think he said that he is actually working harder than he did when he was elected. So I just want you all to know you can come and be really, really a part of this community and make it make it be better. And so thank you, Al, all of you and the people that are here. I just want you to know it's because of what we are all able to do and accomplish when we do it together, when we do it collaboratively. Thank you very much. All right, so you're going to
I don't understand why he has not been removed from the meeting. We need consistency.
Are you going to take comments? All right.
Because if this person was after the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In recent months, I've listened to our residents and studied the facts and sought to understand the full impact of this issue. Data centers play a vital role in our economy. They power the systems we rely on and bring investment to our region. However, these facilities can be large, consume significant energy, and operate continuously. Their size, water use, energy demands, and effects on nearby neighborhoods, noise, light pollution, and land use conflicts, they pose real challenges for our community. And over time, we've learned that many function more like industrial uses than office spaces and should be located accordingly. We've also learned that not all data centers are the same. A small facility is one thing, but a sprawling hyperscale campus is another. And our current rules do not reflect these important differences, and I feel that that must change. However, let me be clear. We do not have the legal authority for projects that have already been approved, and they will move forward unaffected by the moratorium. This pause is about shaping the future. These 150 days give us a chance to step back and ensure our policies are right. During this time, I will ask the city manager to direct staff to carefully review project scale, tailoring rules based on facility size and impact, neighborhood buffers, setting safe distances from our homes and from our schools, water and energy demand, assessing what our infrastructure can support or should support, equity impacts, protecting vulnerable communities from unfair burdens, costs and incentives, balancing fairness for residents and business. I also would draw attention, this has not been spoken into the room, but I do have a concern about some of the storage tanks for diesel fuel. Backup generator fuel is often necessary for these, and I'd like to have our folks be focused on that as well. AI is already changing transportation, housing, and many other sectors. At the recent Housing Innovation Summit, nearly every proposal involved AI. I've spoken with small businesses using AI to compete in new ways, getting help with HR, compliance, and marketing tasks they couldn't manage before. I don't know that you all are listening. Even our own traffic optimization project is going to rely on AI. This shows that data centers and their infrastructure are key to our future, and that's why I ask all of you to be involved. I ask homeowners, the Alliance, the small business community, and all stakeholders to join in our effort. Their expertise is essential to creating a balanced and thoughtful approach. I will be supporting the 150-day moratorium so that we can take further input from all of those stakeholders and make a decision that works for our community and our economy. Thank you.
City attorney, please.
Okay, I'd like, before we take the next step, thank you.
Yes.
We're going to have the city attorney provide us some information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The projects that are exempt by state law include those projects which have a valid building permit, any project for which a special use permit or application has been accepted and completed, any development that has a site-specific vesting plan approved by statute, also any development for which substantial expenditures have already been made in good faith, reliance on prior approval, also any project that has a complete application for developmental approval. This is not a city council policy, this is state law. And any attempt to apply a moratorium to any of these projects that I have just listed would be a direct violation of state law and subject not only this council to an overturning of its action, but also exposure to liability and, frankly, taxpayer dollars associated therewith. And so this is not a city council policy with respect to exempt projects, but it is state law.
All right?
We're not going to talk about it.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too will be supporting the moratorium for the 150 days. I think it's extremely important that we tell people what they need to know versus what they want to hear, and that we have a conversation based on truth and honesty about what we can and what we can't do. Certainly, Councilmember Anderson is correct. A lot of the framework will be shaped by state legislation in terms of how they perceive this issue. So I would encourage everyone here to also talk to your state representatives and your state senators in reference to that's where a bulk of this thing, the framework, the guardrails that we will work within will come from. So I won't delay it any longer. I think we need to take the 150 days to pause. And even for me, I've learned more about data centers in the last 6 weeks than I ever knew, right? And so even for this 150 days, for me to be better educated about what we can, what we can't do, the impacts, certainly the number one goal is protecting neighborhoods and communities, right? That goes without saying. But there's a balance there, and I think that we need to figure out collectively together where that line is. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Driggs?
So I look forward to joining my colleagues in support of the moratorium. I think there are undeniable national trends in data science, and we need to reconcile those with our concerns about the welfare of our community. So we will have 150 days in order to educate ourselves, to hear different points of view, and to work out what is best for Charlotte. Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciate that we're having this discussion. I would like for council to start being more proactive instead of reactive. When the first part. When we received the proposal over the 1 million square feet back in 2023, and I asked questions then and shared information then regarding the potential impacts of data centers, because we've always had data centers, but not at the scale that we're seeing now. We're in a drought. We're not the only ones in a drought. There's a drought throughout the nation that's happening. Without having language in place that mandated or incentivized heavily, and for me, making the cost for the access to our water being cost prohibitive, that's how you incentivize internal cooling systems and or location. It should be nowhere near schools. I speak all the time about the fact that we are losing manufacturing areas. Manufacturing is the place where it needs to go because of the constant hum that has not only a physical impact to us, it is having an impact on our wildlife, on bees, on certain insects. There are a lot of environmental, so you think about the fact that we passed the conversation around pollinator, but these buildings have so many other negative impacts on environment that will be long-term for us. So I appreciate that there's a lot of conversation now, but honestly, all of you that are sharing your thoughts very loudly, I need y'all to consider why we need you to be engaged, because this isn't new. We're in 2026. We've already passed a couple of them. No, we can't backtrack to 2023, but when that information was out there, when we were having conversations about it, we didn't hear from the community. And our biggest challenge is when we don't hear from the community, even when we try to outreach to the community, and the community's like, I don't know, we all using AI, so it must be okay. And then you learn the information later. We need you to help us. We want to work with you, but we gotta hear from you. So us having this moratorium now is a step, but it is not going to retract what was already approved. And the two largest potential facilities, over 1 million square feet, one of them, which 2023 is outside of city Charlotte limits, it's actually in the county, yet we need to hear from y'all. We need to know that this is a concern. This moratorium is going to help us do more research and hopefully get us to a place of policy language. But as my colleague mentioned, the North Carolina General Assembly understand the rules. They set them. At any time, the General Assembly can decide what is going to be the policy language for all 120 counties across North Carolina. So if the right person gets to them and say, hey, we want access to put data centers wherever we want, they have the legal ability to do that. What does that mean? Go out and vote. Don't complain about it. Just go vote. That's how you fix it. So I appreciate that y'all think that well, since some country, y'all think that we have more control and ability than what we do. We serve at the pleasure of the North Carolina General Assembly. So as we move forward and try to create language that's going to benefit our residents, I cannot say that there are going to be no data centers. But what I can commit to is working with staff for us to figure out where's the best location as far away from students, as far away from our elders, as far away from residents as possible, so that we can try to minimize. And what can we do to ensure we are protecting our water source so that we don't end up like other communities that don't have access to healthy water, and so that we can try to make sure that the cost of running that facility 24/7, for all of us that like to use ChatGPT and Claude and AI and everything else, we're going to use it because that's a reality. The question is, can we do it? I didn't ask, do I come to your job and start acting up? So that's what I'm gonna ask you not to do. So what when we look at the impact of data centers, the question for me is where data centers are going to be located. How large is that data center going to be? What access to our natural resources are you trying to get access to? And do we have the legal ability to not only limit our natural resources from being utilized that way and or eliminate our natural resources to be eliminated? I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have regarding the impact of data centers and what legal language we can put in place. The attorney and I have actually already started this conversation. Soon as she's only been here 7 months, so I think I gave you the first 45 days to let you get situated before we started having the conversation, so that we can look at what can we do within the legal constraints and how can we interpret the language that is out there in a way that's going to benefit our community. I think this moratorium is going to help us move that conversation a little further. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
JD, Juarez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight's vote on a 150-day moratorium, I do believe is more about data centers. I think it is about the kind of city we want to build and who we believe should have a meaningful voice in shaping our city's future, whether it's those who make profits at the expense of our community or the people, the community, the workers who are helping make those corporations the profits in the first place. And as my colleague just said, we should have done this years ago, particularly when my colleague, Councilmember Mayfield, sounded the alarm on this 2-3 years ago. And when I think about this decision, I think about the people of District 5 who are facing a potential data center in their backyard. People like Gustavo Toro, who is up there, a father fighting every day for his son with autism, navigating the systems that are already stretched thin. And when we talk about land use, infrastructure, energy, and environmental impacts, we are not talking about abstract policy or money. We are talking about families like Gustavo's who feel the consequences of our choices in their daily lives. Data centers have real impacts. A simple Google search would help you identify that. On our environment, on our water supply, on our energy grid, on noise, on heat, on the long-term sustainability of our neighborhoods. And I believe this moratorium gives us the space to ensure that growth does not come at the expense of the people who already live here. And we also have to be honest about the corporate reality in front of us. The corporation who is petitioning for a rezoning in my district to build a 40,000 square foot data center already has in holding approval for a 10,000 square foot center if the rezoning is denied because of what you just heard from the attorney and my other colleagues. The state legal environment we live here in North Carolina, such as downzoning restrictions and by right state statute that allows this to happen without city council's approval. That tells us something important. They have options and they have flexibility. To my colleague just said, Councilmember Mayfield, this is your time to hold other public institutions accountable, to hold our state representatives accountable, to make your voices be heard. Because, listen, I think I've said this to many of you in the audience, as much as I wish we could live in what New York City is experiencing right now, we do not live in that reality in this, the good old state of North Carolina. So our work is cut out for us. We can if you elect representatives to our state legislature that represent your voices. So I am reminded of what Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens recently reminded corporate leaders. We cannot attend to corporate needs if they can't attend to societal needs. That is not anti-business. That is a remindership that I believe partnership must be mutual, not one-sided. We also have to confront the policy framework we are working within. Our Unified Development Ordinance gives far more flexibility to developers than to residents, allowing data centers by right in 7 zoning districts. And because of state downzoning restrictions and by right zoning enabled by state law, our ability to protect those neighborhoods is very limited, even if this moratorium is passed. So this is a moment, as I said it before, to understand the power that the state has over local jurisdictions. This happened in 2019 when the city of Charlotte wanted to pass municipal IDs to residents that didn't have documentation here. The moment the state legislature found that out, they passed a state statute that prohibited every municipality, every local government in the state of North Carolina from protecting those residents. So, it is a moment to say clearly that local governments need the authority to make decisions for the people who actually live here, not just those who profit here. Passing this moratorium is not the end of the work. It is the beginning of a broader conversation about all types of advocacy, about restoring local control so we can protect our neighborhoods, our infrastructure, our quality of life. And if residents have to be asked to conserve water during drought conditions, if families can be asked to reduce energy using during peak demand, then corporations, especially those with massive water and energy footprints, should be held to the same standard. Especially when Duke Energy is pushing for higher rates and when our residents are already facing property tax increase and service fee increases. If we are going to ask more of our people, we should expect at least as much from those folks that are petitioning for data centers who can afford it. I want to express my gratitude to the people and organizations who have been relentless in raising awareness and demanding accountability. Action NC, the District 4 Coalition, PSL, Indivisible, and East Charlotte residents, and the law and academic experts who have helped us understand the implications of not only state law, but also our Unified Development Ordinance. Your advocacy is the reason why we're here tonight. Your persistence is the reason this conversation is happening. Your voices, your noise must continue. This moratorium is not about anti-growth. It is smart growth. It is smart development. It is people-first policy. It is a pause, a necessary pause, to ensure that Charlotte grows in a way that protects our neighborhoods, respects our infrastructure, and honors the people who call this city home. So let us not be lost in this moment, because this is not isolated. There is more work to do, more advocacy to pursue, more voices to uplift, and tonight we take a step forward to make sure that Charlotte, where the development is happening, serves the people, not the other way around. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't belabor the point. I think you all know that I'll be supporting the moratorium, and I want to thank Councilmember Ashmira for your leadership on this, bringing this forward. Also want to thank the city attorney and Tony Mingo. She's in the room. She's the one with the sign, University City Lives Matter, too. Yeah. She's the original chair of the Council District 4 Coalition, and she's been on this for a long time. I want to thank you, and as well as your predecessor, Juan Uven, and the coalition. Action NC, Dr. Ariel White, just thank you. This is a huge moment tonight. I know it's not perfect. I know it's not everything that we want, but you all have to realize the moment that we're in right now. There was, last year this time, I used to call moratorium the M word. We wouldn't have mentioned this. And so this is huge. This is a huge step for our city. I think what you're seeing is people first leadership. So give yourselves a hand for your engagement, and we are really, give yourselves a hand. You have to know, I think the rule, Andrea, what's the law that mentions the exception, 160C? Is it 160C?
Councilmember Johnson, it's 160D 107 subsection C.
The exempt projects,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So the exempt projects. We've had long discussions regarding the exempt projects. This is where our state legislators will be able to help. You all reach out to your state legislators. I'm going to be meeting with the state legislators and also the county, and we'll take a look at this from an intergovernmental perspective, but we need your help. but you just have to know that you've got some fighters on this council. We're going to do all we can for the Morris Chapel and the Powerhouse, but there may not be, it's already passed. So just know that, but we are going to be, I think, more proactive from now on. Councilmember Mayfield and I voted against this in 2023. We asked questions about health. We asked questions about the capacity, but there was not the public knowledge of what data centers were. There wasn't staff knowledge of it. So now we know, and we're going to try to do better. But we are going to take a pause during this 150 days to implement policies that will be beneficial for the city and the residents, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
I'm going to call for the vote, please. Let's go ahead and call for the motion. We have a motion
Madam
on the
Mayor,
floor.
I just wanted to make sure I'd be remiss if I did not recognize June Blotnick and her crew of climate leaders. Please stand for pulling together interdisciplinary team of all the experts from air, water, health to quality of life. I appreciate you, and the white paper you have given us. We'll continue to keep that in mind as we develop regulations. Thank you, June.
All right, so now let's go to our city attorney. Nope, we're going to go to, let's go with the vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, thank you, that's unanimous. All right, if you want to continue, if you would, it would be very helpful so that we can get everybody to have their opportunity to have their conversation with the council. So, but our next policy item is a discussion on council rules and procedures. If you'll recall from our last business meeting during the council topics, council voted to add this.
This was not specific. I told you.
Oh my gosh.
We need to add to the agenda council chamber decorum.
That's the policy. Are we doing, what is? No. Okay, all right. Thank you.
No, we still have a policy that. We already did, no, we haven't done business, we only done consent.
All right, I think, all right. As you recall from our last business meeting during council topics, council voted to add this item to tonight's agenda for the discussion. To open up the topic, it would be good for our city attorney to give an overview of current rules and procedures.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you very much. For the benefit of council.
I don't think we can hear it all, so maybe let's just get it a moment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. For the benefit of council and the public, I would like to briefly explain how items are placed on the city council agenda. The process is governed by the city council's rules of procedure, not the city charter. This means that the rules of procedure can be updated pursuant to council's own processes. Currently, the rules of procedure provide and actually Rule 4D of your rules of procedure, which you have before you at the dais, that any member of council may request the city manager to place an item on a future agenda by making such a request at a council meeting. Unless a council member or the city manager objects, the requested item shall be included. If a council member or the city manager has an objection, the item in question shall not be included on the future agenda unless a majority of the council votes in favor of including the item. At this time, this item has come back before council, certainly on the last motion that was made. And I will say, it is my understanding that there was an earlier referral of this question to committee several years back, and it has now come back before the full council for consideration. There is nothing in your rules of procedure that would prohibit consideration at this time, nor any referral process to committee as well. Thank you.
I just wanted to.
Ms. Sajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Attorney, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Johnson for her leadership on this and from adding this, for advocating for it to be added to the agenda. I'll be supporting the change.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right, Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to modify 4D that includes unless the majority of council votes in favor, to reduce that threshold to 4 council members.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no
sorry.
Ms. Watlington?
Mine's just a question. I'm looking at 4D. Can you tell me what it would read?
If a council member or the city manager has an objection, the item in question shall not be included on future agenda unless 4 of the council members votes in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of including the item.
Instead of majority.
Okay. Any other comments?
Is there
Hearing
any other
none.
item you trying to amend while we got this open?
Ms. Mayfield?
We start.
You have a motion and second on the floor.
Yeah, I did. Second.
You have a
All
motion
right,
and a second.
we have a motion on the floor.
Sorry, I got another question.
Okay.
And it might be what you were just saying. I know that there was the whole decorum thing, and I saw that land in our email box.
Right.
It would seem that this discussion is a part of that, but I just want to, I'm just wondering if your motion, Councilmember Johnson, is separate from what may come after it, or if you were waiting to compile, that's all.
It's separate.
This might be a good time to talk about it, but yes, it is a separate
Okay.
issue. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Have
All
you
right,
ready
any
to-
other questions? Ms.
Oh, no, I'm just ready to act.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
So I just want to be clear here that on 4D, we are the third sentence in. If a council member or the city manager has an objection, the item in question shall not be included on the future agenda. Where's the strike through here?
Right here.
Unless
Unless 4.
So instead of majority, it would be 4.
Yeah,
Is that
changing
correct, Councilmember?
Yeah.
the language majority to 4.
May I, in plain language? So that's always, if we bring something up on the agenda, it doesn't get done unless there's a majority, because anybody can object to it, and then there had to be a majority of council to get it on the agenda. This way, it would only be 4 council members to get something on the agenda, if anyone objects.
on the future agenda.
A future agenda. Now, currently, there's a unanimous vote that's required to
For
get
tonight.
something on a current
Right.
agenda. There was some discussion on that, but I don't want to
The
get too
attorney has
complicated
something.
today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Mazzarella.
So we have,
That is actually overlapping with your charter, and so
Okay,
so
good,
that,
okay.
the sense is different.
Good, okay.
Oh,
It
Trying
can
to
be a
make this
future
simple.
agenda, but the charter specifically says that for the same night, for something to be added to the agenda, that it requires.
Thank you for that clarification.
okay. So we have a
All the
motion on the
questions?
floor. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone? Okay, that passes. Thank you.
How many?
anyone opposed?
All right, did we have someone opposed? All right, we have two opposed. Okay, thank you. All right. The next item on our agenda.
Madam Mayor? Or maybe,
Can we,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry, Madam Mayor, can we talk about the decorum that I just sent people via email that the decorum committee has been talking about as well? I'd like to make a motion to pass that.
All right, we have a motion to put,
It's in the email.
we have a motion to discuss it. I think you have a motion to discuss it.
Oh, yeah. Can we do that?
Yeah, we just had this, we
Is
have to
that-
pass.
Had it right
We have
here.
to-
It's in the email.
I'm sorry, there seems to be some confusion about who's doing what. All right, Ms. Mayfield.
So for clarification, Mayor, and I'm just asking an attorney, we have the agenda for tonight, for this business meeting. We're on item number 11, which is discussion on the council rules and procedures, which was specifically what we just voted on in this book. The conversation for decorum is not, we need to go through the business items and because is this a night where we don't even have council topics on the agenda? That's where that would come up, is in council topics. We have to go to item number 11 according to our agenda, because the decorum discussion is not a part of the rules and procedures. So Attorney, am I
How is it not a part of our rules of procedure?
that our next item for discussion is item number 12, because we just discussed number 11 and voted on it? The decorum conversation can't be brought up in this conversation that we're having right now.
So two quick things. Rule 4C of your rules of procedure provide that any item that is not on the agenda can then be taken up at the conclusion of the agenda.
At the conclusion, so after.
Correct. And with respect to item number 11, discussion on council rules and procedures, my recollection of the request and the motion by Councilmember Johnson was specifically with regard to item 4D of the rules of procedure with respect to changing the number of required votes to add something to a future agenda. And so that is the basis of my conclusion on this evening, is based on that.
So we got to continue with the original agenda.
Point of order, I have a question then. Because we don't know necessarily, and this is maybe a general question, but this is an example. We don't know what motion would have come out of the discussion associated with the quorum. It may have resulted in a change to the rules of procedure, and there's no rule that we can only make one motion on a particular topic. So to me, this is absolutely germane to the agenda topic that's at hand, because just because Councilmember Johnson, we knew she was going to talk about that specific thing, the agenda says a discussion about rules and procedures. And so I'm not understanding why that doesn't fall clearly within what was just discussed.
I would agree as well. I mean, on the agenda, it's very broad. It's not very specific about exactly what we're talking about. So I would say we could add this, but I mean, I'll go with the majority.
I'll leave it to the chair. I'll leave it to the chair.
I'm sorry.
I'll leave it to Madam Mayor.
For you.
Whether it's in or out of
For
order.
you to
She wants you
decide.
to decide if it's in or out of
I
order.
know, but I can't, I had three people talking to me at once. Okay. Did you say?
I was saying I would leave it to Madam Mayor to decide whether it was appropriate to,
Okay.
based on the agenda topic.
Okay, great.
Heading.
All right. Yeah, we can talk.
Yeah. So,
Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the next item.
So I'm sorry, can you rule on that, please? Was it in or out of order?
It is in order.
It is in
It
order,
is
so
in
we can
order.
talk about
You
it.
can talk about it,
Okay.
yes.
Oh,
Sorry.
I got it.
If you I couldn't hear and,
So
So the attorney ruled that it's in order, so now we're waiting for, we just voted on it, so we just voted and closed item number 11.
No, we
Wouldn't
didn't.
it have
I'm sorry,
been
go
an
ahead.
additional, an amendment to the first amendment if we closed item 11, which was the discussion on council rules and procedures? Now, what I'm hearing, and I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly, is an introduction of a new topic. But according to our rules, that can be added after we complete the agenda.
Point of order, the chair of the meeting just said that it was in order and a part of the topic that was discussed. That motion closed, but the topic didn't close based on what she just ruled.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to withdraw my motion, and we'll just go based on my email, and hopefully we can vote on this later. So I apologize. I did not mean to open a can of worms.
Really, it's not a can of worms, but.
okay. All right, so I think we have, okay, now let's go into the business section to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or as its designee to negotiate and execute a grant.
Move to approve A and B.
We have a motion for A and B. Any discussion?
Me.
Yes.
Hello, thank you. I did want to, thank you, Madam Mayor, sorry. Want to call down Debbie Smith from CDOT to answer some questions, please.
Hi, good evening, council, mayor. Good to see you. Debbie Smith with CDOT, and I've also brought with me Samantha Miller, also from CDOT, to be able to answer your questions.
Thank you, Debbie and Samantha. So as we know, I first want to go to council. You all have a one-pager of the East Charlotte Connector in front of you. It is a proposed active transportation network that seeks to improve connectivity and safety for vulnerable users, increase job diversity and employment opportunities in the east side. So think of it kind of like the South Park
So
connector.
which page is it on?
Oh, it is one pager.
The handout.
attached.
It's a handout.
It's a handout.
So I do want to ask some few questions regarding this because I've had community members raise some concerns. So I'll just go one by one. When did we initially apply for these funds to fund this project?
Yes, so we actually applied for this in July of 2024. They were not awarded until January of 2025. And we needed to wait for FHWA to get back to us for a kickoff meeting, which did not happen until October of 2025. And at that time, we can work on an agreement with them. And we needed to be sensitive to the fact that it needed to go through their headquarter approval to ensure that all of the funding would come to us as had been prescribed. And that actually did not happen until May of this year. That's a 7 months process, which is actually pretty speedy for our federal agreements. And so we were pretty pleased with that. But we wanted to make sure that everything was in place before we brought it to this council.
So would you say that there was a delay in the funds being released?
Yes.
And then accepting the funds, and then there was a delay with the kickoff meeting, or what did you call it?
So we had to have a kickoff meeting with FHWA and where they talk about the agreement. There was a lot of agreement language that they were changing during the process. There was a lot of things happening. And so they were trying to get all of their information correct before we executed the agreement with them.
Thank you. And when was this all settled?
So May 1st of this year.
May 1st of this year, okay. And how much community feedback have we gotten on this framework? Or I saw that a framework has been released, and the concerns that the community brought up is that those initial stakeholders, particularly those in the east side, were not brought into the conversation to come up with the final adoption of the framework for the East Charlotte Connector. So could you walk me through that timeline, please?
Yes, so we did have a robust communication. There were several events in 2024 with a stakeholder agreement, open houses, and a logo and branding survey. And then we came back to the community in March of 2025 with a full public meeting to give some of the updates that we have. We did seek to get this planning grant so that we could continue that work. And actually, as part of that grant, one of the deliverables will be increased and more extensive public engagement. That is all part of the process of what we need to give back to the federal government so that they can understand that we have engaged the public properly.
Perfect. So when was the last time city staff checked back into with the community?
So that would be March of 2025, and we've just been waiting. The community said to us that they wanted us to come back with more information, and we wanted to wait until we had that information to share with them in a more better fashion.
So, and just to be clear, what we're voting on today is more so a formal procedural vote to go ahead and accept the dollars, right? Rather than finalizing and adopting the framework plan, because the framework plan is still going through revisions, and as set forth by the grant guidelines, more community engagement will be done.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And please keep me appraised of the community sessions that you'll have, and please use me as a active working partner to bring those stakeholders along.
Absolutely, we certainly will. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you so much, Debbie and
Do
Samantha.
you want to make a motion?
There was one.
There was one and there was a second,
already?
so
Okay.
ready to vote.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is related to overall infrastructure investment program. So over the weekend, staff shared this performance metrics for us. It's a long PDF, and that was a really good document where we have performance measure for each department. And I looked at the transportation and miles of new sidewalks, miles of new bikeways, and there are other infrastructure projects where we are far below our target. So I just want to highlight that concern, not specific to East Charlotte, but just throughout the city. We are not meeting the target where clearly there is a progress needed, but I think we need an action plan to improve, to ensure that we are meeting the benchmark. Because our target should be 10 plus, but right now the data shows we are at 4.54, which is not even half. So that means we need to do more progress on investing our dollars into our infrastructure where we have promised a timely delivery. We are certainly falling behind on that. And this performance metric specifically calls out sidewalks and bikeways. And yeah, there are more, but I'm not going to go through every single item, but I just wanted to highlight that. That's all I have.
All right.
Real quick.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Manager Jones, more so of a suggestion and direction. If, when it comes to projects like these that require community engagement, I would, as a district representative, I really would like to be made appraised of those conversations and dialogue so we can help connect the dots. As we've said, I think we've gotten a slogan this term on council, which is be proactive and not reactive, right? I want to make sure that I'm not finding out about this project from my constituents, right? I want to make sure that I'm ahead because I think we want to build that public trust where, hey, East Charlotte Connector, and as a district representative, if I go to my constituents and say, well, I had no idea and they know more about it, right? There's clearly a disconnect between communication and dialogue from residents with their city council representative or the institution that is the city of Charlotte. So if we can find a way to perhaps create a community engagement process that is more, that includes the district rep, at least in my perspective, right? I'm not going to speak for my at-large members because they represent the entire city, but for at least the district rep, since we're at the first line of defense in those conversations. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we have the motion and the floor, and all in favor? I think that's unanimous. Anyone opposed? But I'll look around and see. All right, so there we go. Our next business item is the general obligation bond referendum for item 14. Is there a motion? 13, sorry.
Mayor, move to approve A and B, the federal
Second.
funding of the Roswell Ferry Mobility Path.
13,
Adopt the
sorry.
resolution as well as adopt the budget ordinance.
Second, Mayor.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Now we can go back to item 14. Was there a motion to adopt resolutions authorizing staff to proceed with the necessary actions to conduct a general obligation bond referendum on November the 3rd, 2026?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any
Madam Mayor?
discussion with
Yes.
that?
Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 160A-75A, I must recuse myself from this vote.
All right, we have, do we
No
have?
vote
to-
on that, just accept
Okay.
it into the record.
Okay. So Ms. Watlington is recused from this, okay?
From item 14.
From item 14, right, okay? Everybody square on that? On our next business item is the.
No, we have to vote.
Oh, do we have a vote for it? All in favor?
Second.
For, anybody object? No objections, so. Let's go to the next item, which is 15. Our next business item is for an amendment to amend it and restate it lease for the Bank of America Stadium for item 15. Is there a motion to authorize?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Mr. J.D. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I get a member from city staff to talk about this?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, Sean, thank you so much. I just would like for you in layman's terms to describe to the public what we're voting on in terms of this restated lease agreement for the Bank of America Stadium.
Of course, this is an adjustment to the lease that was executed in December of 2025, and it's a scenario that was contemplated as far back as October of 2025 when there were discussions at the committee level about the opportunity for a fully private sector funded performance venue adjacent to Bank of America Stadium on city-owned property. In the last couple of months, the North Carolina Department of Transportation has conveyed a very small piece of property, 0.244 acres, next to the stadium to the city of Charlotte. And as discussed with the committee in October, the aspiration for the team is to have part of the performance venue straddle city-owned property and what was previously NCDOT property, which is now city-owned property, that we are seeking to tuck into the lease that was executed in December of 2025.
And no additional taxpayer funding is needed for this this amendment, correct?
That's correct. This will be a purely private sector funded performance venue with a seating capacity of approximately 4,400 with an estimated number of performances between 80 to 100 per year. So the job creation and tourism benefits associated with that asset will require no investment whatsoever from the city of Charlotte, no financial investment.
Thank you so much, Sean. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Rayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, for clarification, since this is city-owned land that we are talking about leasing, are we generating any revenue from this lease?
So, no, we are not generating any revenue from the lease, but in exchange for including this in the lease, all of the jobs and tourism benefits associated with the venue will accrue to the city of Charlotte.
What does that mean?
So it benefits hospitality and tourism tax. But what we are adding, we're expanding to include this corner into the current lease for them to build a venue on, which is going to generate income for them, but generate hospitality and tourism taxes for us.
Yes, this will be less than 1% of the total amount of property included in the lease.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Flatlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, I just wanted to understand, was the land conveyed from NCDOT for the purpose of us transferring it to the stadium?
So the land was deemed surplus by NCDOT, so the deed was handed over to us with no restrictions or obligations associated with our use of the property. So we received it free and clear. There are no restrictions that would prevent us from including it in the lease.
Or anything else?
Correct. And this is a piece of property that it's in our long-term interest to have this as city-owned property, as it's been that little tiny 0.244 acre triangular parcel within a much larger piece of city-owned land for quite some time.
All right, are there any more questions? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So we're donating the land so that they can build the practice facility, right?
No, so this is not a
Venue. I'm sorry. Are there any allotted days in the venue to the community?
So if we were to find ourselves in hopefully the very unlikely circumstances that after the 20-year non-relocation period associated with Panther Stadium, that the team were to leave, then in that instance, there would be 5 city use days associated with the performance venue.
After 20 years?
If they leave?
In what is hopefully the unlikely event that the team leaves the stadium, then there would be city use days associated with the performance venue.
And what's the size of the lot?
So it'll be approximately 2 acres in total, almost all of which was previously city-owned land. It's only this little 0.244 acre parcel that was previously owned by NCDOT that is relevant to this proposed amendment to the lease.
Were there any, Ms. Watlington?
Unless somebody who hasn't spoken.
I think that we had no one had indicated.
Have we had any conversation as far as community benefits associated with? I mean, it would seem that we could just call, I'm sure they would be amenable to some community days, but before we vote on this, it would seem that we would at least have that conversation.
So I think it goes back to the conversation that we had with Jobs and Economic Development Committee in October of last year. And then there was a vote by full council subsequent to the committee meeting that contemplated the construction of a performance venue next to the stadium. We needed council to allow us to include that in the negotiations with the team that were completed in December. So the conversations we've had around community benefits really revolved around any scenario where the football team were to leave after 20 years, then there would be certain benefits, including a rent payment and city use days associated with the performance venue.
But only if the team leaves. As long as the team is
Correct.
here, there is no community benefit?
Correct. Well, I think the way it was discussed in committee was by allowing for the performance venue to be on this small piece of property, but for that, there may not be a performance venue, was essentially the way the committee discussion was.
So, is this time sensitive? Because I would much prefer to, if it's the will of the council, to at least have a friendly conversation. I would hate for us to miss an opportunity to simply say, hey, if we're providing this land so that you can build for this amenities, yes, we understand there's going to be some level of jobs and some tax revenue, but that tax revenue goes to the Housing and Tourism Fund anyway, which we just learned is restricted for anything that actually benefits residents.
Not for property tax.
Well, so we'll get the property tax, that's
Yes.
fair. But any sales that go there will be associated with the tourism fund. I think it would behoove us to at least have a conversation about community benefit days or anything of that nature. That doesn't seem like a tall order. So if this is not time sensitive, I'd love to see us come back to that just after we have that conversation. And like I said, I would expect that the Panthers they are a great community partner, that they would be amenable to something.
So the way that we've worked on the timeline, we've given ourselves a little bit of latitude in the month of June. I will say that all of the conversations around the performance venue were really contemplated in the negotiations we had with the team leading to the execution of the lease in December of 2025. So I would want to make everyone aware that staff did have conversations with the team around the value proposition. We did have conversations with committee about the value proposition. It's been a number of months since we had those conversations, but I just want to make sure that was on the record.
And does that mean that has already been executed?
So, well, the existing lease was executed in December. What's being contemplated here is really just one adjustment to allow for this little piece of land to be included in the lease.
Yeah, so then we've got time to have this conversation about
Yes.
this piece. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington, the manager, would like to address this as well.
So, thank you, Mayor, members of council. So, as Sean had said earlier, this had been contemplated, and I think it's just been a while since council has had the conversation, a little bit of refresher. I believe that the option on the table now is, I guess, you try to use the right words, almost easier than some of the things that were contemplated over the course of the agreement. So Sean, can you bring everybody up to speed about what was contemplated versus where we are now? And I think we're in a better place, but please.
Yeah, there really is a long history on it, so I don't want to go back too far in time, but
Yeah, no need.
yeah. Where we thought we could end up as of 6 months ago was that the team could actually have control of the parcel. And then where it landed, obviously, was NCDOT ultimately decided that this is surplus property that was warranted to provide conveyance to the city of Charlotte. So with us having control of the property, it's much more beneficial to us in the long term. Mr. Manager, I'm not sure if that was the specific scenario you were referring to.
Okay. Madam Mayor. All right. Ms. Johnson,
Okay.
have you?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, did Ms. Johnson, Ms. Mayfield, did you already have a comment?
I have a question, yes.
Okay, a question, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you, Sean and Mr. Jones. The challenge for us is it may seem like a little bit of land, 2 acres, but it's not. We have vendors that are being displaced. They're no longer able to, provide business or do their business in front of different shops in NODA and different locations, and there's restrictions. I think of truck parking. I think of affordable housing. I mean, there's just opportunities for land. Maybe not here, but 2 acres of land is 2 acres of land. So when we ask for community,
Point two.
Point two. Well, land is land. So when we ask for, some type of community benefit, I think that that's reasonable. I think that what Councilmember Dr. Watlington said is reasonable. If we could go back to the Bank of America Stadium folks and see what we can come up with. I mean, these are taxpayer dollars that we are stewards of. Thank you. Especially since it's the tourism fund and, we're being told, kind of hands off. We just need to be stewards. So if this is an opportunity to do something for the public, we need to really be asking these questions.
Thank you. Mr. Driggs, Ms. Mayfield, thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Trying to get there.
So I want to clarify, because what the manager just noted is, yes, we started this conversation back in December of 2025. Mr. Heath, what you noted was when we started this conversation, it was under a premise that they were going to be purchasing it. So we were saying, okay, yes, we'll support the idea of a venue. When that conversation shifted, there was an opportunity to have come back to council before bringing us a decision tonight for us to be able to ask these questions. Because once it was shifted that they were not going to be the ones purchasing the land, that the land was going to be conveyed to the city, I agree with my colleagues. We had the opportunity to then look at where are the community benefits. We can have all these venues uptown, of which I'm pretty sure when we first had this conversation, I was a no vote, because we have multiple venue spaces around the city that our residents can't even attend because of location and cost. So when I don't understand when the conversation shifted to ownership of this land by the city, that the first question wasn't, what are the benefits? Because I know I'm going to have to go before my council, and my council is going to ask me, how does this benefit the community? It's a given that that's going to be the question that comes from at least 3 people from around this dais. So Manager Jones, help me get to the place of why, once the conversation shifted from Bank of America owning the land to the land being conveyed to the city, why that didn't trigger a conversation prior to coming before us tonight as in the form of a vote.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. I think part of and I appreciate the conversation we're having, and I think waiting for 2 more weeks is probably a good thing. Having the city have control of this 0.2 acres is much better than having a private entity having control over 0.2 acres if they were ever to not renew the lease in the next 20 years. So that was that's why when I was saying to Sean earlier, I think we're in a better position being in control of that 0.2 acres than not being in control.
And I agree with you that it's a better position for the city to be in control of it. The challenge I have is it's not benefiting the community for the city to be in control of it. So if our having control is still just going to give them the ability to build and develop how they do without there being a community give back. And I'm not talking about the holiday giveaway that you do actually at Carowinds, which is on the South Carolina line. I'm talking about actual impact to what we have here within the city limits. So I agree that it's in our best interest to own this piece of land uptown. That does not answer my question of why we didn't think there was an opportunity to go back and have a discussion on how this can benefit the residents of Charlotte. I'm not I was thinking that Dr. Watlington was going to do a motion to defer. So so I will move to defer since we didn't have that. I don't think, Billy, did you get?
Motion to defer, you and Ms.
And Matt Worthington.
Got it.
So that, to defer to our next business meeting to give us a chance to work with our partners, because public-private partnerships are so very important.
There
And we
you
know that
go.
as an organization, they have given and supported a number of opportunities, and this will be another yet great opportunity for them to show support to the local Charlotte community that supports them.
I'm so proud.
Okay, we have Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. .02 acres?
.244.
Okay, a quarter of an acre, in close proximity to the proposed,
Adjacent to the stadium, freestanding by the north gate, correct. On
North
land that's
Gate.
not currently being activated.
not currently, and so it's in District 2, and council can certainly have a perspective. My perspective is this is really within our entertainment district, right? It's a small swath of land. And we do have a community partner that has invested in our community, travel and tourism, sports and entertainment. They're building a new music venue that seats 4,200. Charlotte soccer, Carolina Panthers, economic impact, employee workers. City controls it, works with our partners who, part of the Carolinas is on the North Carolina side too, so it's like in the middle, right? So depending on which side you stand on, right? So it's either or. But I think the bigger point is that they do have an impact on our community, and I think that I'm not sure you can put any other usage there. That's something that's not really consistent with the majority of the activity there, right? I mean, so I think it's very, very narrowly tailored usage that should be consistent with its surrounding compatible functions, activity, people moving around. And so I hope that I thought this was going to be a no-brainer when I read it through the weekend, but I hope that we can, Mr. Manager said 2 weeks. I'm ready to move it forward tonight, but if there's unreadiness, then I just don't understand why we need to do that. I'm struggling to
Mr. Driggs was
find out
next.
why we should do that.
Mr. Driggs and then Ms. Ajmira.
So I have a lot of the same concerns as Mr. Graham. This is normally something we would pursue eagerly, and they might, in fact, apply for hospitality fund support in order to create this resource and revitalize, energize that entertainment district. It's a vision that we had. It was part of the reason that we partnered with the team. It provides a lot of benefits. The people who go to those concerts will enjoy the opportunity to go. Many of them will come from out of town. It will provide jobs through economic stimulus. And the point is, they haven't asked for any hospitality money. They could have. The fact that they didn't means that there will be hospitality dollars available to us for other uses. So I think it's unfortunate, in fact, that the team is willing to make the, is it $40 million investment to create this facility?
They haven't announced a particular construction cost, but it's a
I heard a
4,400
number.
capacity.
40-some
Yeah,
odd
it's-
million dollars that they're going to invest in Charlotte with all of the jobs that go with that investment, creating a facility that will add to the appeal of our city to visitors and be a benefit in that sense. And it's a quarter of an acre. We have a $1.3 billion partnership with this team. This should not be something that we niggle about. This is something that we should sort of recognize is a benefit to us. And I had the same feeling you did. I didn't see why this would turn into a thing. It's not a gift to them in that sense. We are making a small accommodation in order to realize a very significant facility that people will appreciate.
And I think they're giving us the gift, right? Because they're building a facility without any
Yeah, he
public
definitely
money.
got, point of order.
We already gave him
Point of
600
order,
million.
I didn't.
And they made a
Stadium and the team.
Point of order, there's a queue.
well, they made a contribution as well. So it's a
Point of order.
it's a partnership that we're doing.
Okay, I think that we have several people that wanted to speak. Ms.
Well, my hand has been up for a
Ms.
while.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is, well, I have a couple
We'll
questions.
get around there, we're going around. So go
I have a
ahead.
couple questions. My question is,
Okay, can we,
Mr. Graham, was this item in the ED committee when you were the chair? Was this item, did this item come through committee?
Item was discussed at the October 2025 committee meeting.
Said that earlier.
Okay.
Under a
Okay.
completely
So
different umbrella.
when it was discussed at the committee, was there a vote on it at committee level? Or was it just an update on, the modifications?
It was an update in advance of a full council vote on October 13th,
Okay.
which granted the city manager the authority to negotiate a lease that included provisions related to a potential performance venue.
Yep. So I vaguely remember when it was,
I just wanted to ask if there's a question. I thought that there was a representative from the stadium in that meeting, I think. Do you recall it that way?
I don't recall who was in attendance at the meeting. I do recall the conversation being had at the meeting. And again, I don't have any meeting notes or anything, but I didn't think that it was a whole lot of discussion about it simply.
well, I remember the conversation, and I do think that there was representation in the room. My perspective on this is I agree with the city manager that I believe it behooves us to own this piece of land. In the future of anything potentially happening, it is proximate to an asset that can be built in together, yet can be leveraged here with the plans that the Panthers have for this entertainment complex. So I don't have as much consternation. I respect the consternation that my colleagues have. I don't have that same consternation remembering that discussion in committee and understanding the intertwinings of this, years out in the future. I think this makes it less difficult and less complicated if we go about it through this process. So thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
All right, Ms. Ashmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Sean, if you can help me understand, so was the amendment to a mandate lease, which is, I'm talking about specifically 0.244 acre, was that in the committee? I remember the amendment, the first amendment.
Right.
But not the second, the one specifically.
No, what was in committee was a specific conversation about the concept of a performance venue.
Yeah, I
adjacent
remember
to the
that.
stadium.
Yes.
Because in June of 2024, there were discussions about a private sector, fully funded, owner-mandated project referred to as a stadium annex. So that was a more generic concept.
Right, but I don't remember discussing the amendment to amendment.
Correct.
I remember discussing the concept, which we agreed on because it was all private investment. There was no public subsidy from hospitality dollars. So this is something new. I think what my colleagues are saying, that this is something that we haven't discussed as the committee. Another question, so there is a 2-acre piece, which was already signed into the lease, and then there is 0.244 acre, that is the new piece, that is the NCDOT portion that was given to the city, so the city can do whatever they wanted to do, find the best purpose for the site. So I consider this as the general fund asset, not necessarily hospitality, tourism asset. Am I correct?
So the way you've described it, Yes, the overall performance venue will take about an approximate 2-acre footprint, of which .244 would relate to this triangular parcel conveyed from NCDOT. That's correct.
Yes, so I just want to make sure we are not commingling general fund asset and hospitality asset. I mean, I think consternation here that this is general fund asset, right? And I know that there was a recent state bill that was approved that said, hey, you know, do not use any hospitality funds even for safety purpose. So I guess now that we're talking about general fund asset, even though it's a very small piece of property, what is the fair market value of this property, number one? And if we were to put it out for a lease, how much would it generate, right? I mean, we are looking at general fund, so we need to be very good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. This is ultimately a property tax revenue.
I don't know the fair market value of this particular parcel, but I would go back to the conversation in October, which really focused on what do we get in exchange for having a performance venue as part of the overall deal.
That's the sales tax. I'm talking, yeah, that's hospital. I'm trying to figure out what are we getting in terms of fair market value of this small parcel. What would be the fair market value if we were to market it to an outside third party? And now that with this performance venue, maybe there might be a value proposition that this would generate a lot more in property taxes than maybe another use, or if you were to lease it to another source. I don't know, but I think it's worth having a conversation around it, just to ensure that we are not, our general fund, our taxpayers are not subsidizing a private, a billionaire. That's all. Thank you.
Understood. I would just go back to the conversation focused on, in addition to the $150 million the team is required to invest into stadium modernization, and the $421 million the team is required to invest in operations and maintenance during the 20-year non-relocation period, and the city use stays and the MWSB benefits, that without any incremental city funding, the team is contemplating building a performance venue which would provide 80 to 100 events per year for up to 40 years in a 4,400 seat capacity venue. So that was how the value proposition associated with this very small, as I said, it equates to about, well, it's between 0.5% and 1% of the total land that's being leased associated with the Panthers modernization efforts.
Yeah, I mean, that was a separate conversation for the renovation of the Panthers Stadium. I mean, this is separate, right? This 0.244 acres was never part of that conversation when that renovation for Bank of America Stadium was approved. So this is different. This is a nuance. I do not recall discussing this 0.244 acre piece at all. I do remember the concept, but this was never in the picture. When did the NCDOT provide this piece of land to the city?
In April of this year.
Yeah, so that means this should not have happened before. So I think this is a new concept. We need to worth having. I mean, the council, I agree with Councilmember Mayfield. Since this is a nuance, it's worth having a conversation, and we need to understand the impact on general fund. And that's all I have. Thank you.
So I want to make a suggestion. It's been a pretty long day for most of us here. And so I wonder if we should just take, as I think Ms. Watlington suggested, that we take a moment and pause on this one and then come back in a couple of weeks, and then there would be opportunity time for us to do and look up all of these differences, because I saw it, or at least, differently. I think I wasn't really sure, but I know that they came by, and I thought that they were part in participating on some of this. Not the committee for me, but for the meeting that I had with them. So my suggestion.
If I may, though, because I was in the queue.
And you got a second.
I do want to say something here, though, because I do, and I'm glad that you made the comments that you made, because I do think we're conflating a couple of different things. I know that some of y'all were out when we started the conversation, so I just want to be clear about what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about even necessarily changing the use. For me, that wasn't a conversation about changing the use. for me, it wasn't about whether or not we should own it. That was not even a discussion point, as far as I was concerned. The only thing I was wanting to understand is because this is a separate part,
Right.
had we had a conversation about community benefits because of all the things that Councilmember Edgemira just mentioned? And so
I think
I just want to
giving
make
it
sure that
time
was
to
clear
do
for the
that.
record. Yep, so
Yeah,
I,
This is a nuance.
I think if we
Which
can
is
just
happening
wait for those two, maybe hold on for a while.
So Mayor, I made a motion to
She made
defer.
a
We got a second. We just had discussion, so
Yeah,
we just need
okay.
to vote on it.
All right, so let's go ahead and vote on a deferral on this one. All in favor? Anyone, and opposed?
Opposed?
All right, 3, 4, 5, how many do I?
Just
Ed?
four.
Just 4. And then Dante?
Yes, that was
here.
it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, guys. It has been a very long day. We still have a few more. This is the next one.
Nominations.
Our next business item is, all right, now nominations. You guys get a chance to nominate people for various various parts of what we do, all the way from Beckler Arts, all the way to Unified Development Ordinance Board. So, how did we do?
I'll read through all the nominations that received 6 or more votes, and afterwards, if you choose, if the council choose, then I'll need a motion, a second, and a vote to appoint these individuals. So for the Bachelor's Art Board, Hunter Watner received 10 nominations.
Move by acclamation.
Second.
We usually
Do you
go
mind
through
if I
the
just go through all of them?
list, yeah.
For the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Access Corporation, incumbent Faye Barnett Shell received 11 nominations. Incumbent Tyler Lovelace received 10 nominations. Namish Bhatt received 11 nominations. Incumbent Sasha Komisaisky received 10 nominations. And Ms. Haggins received 10 nominations. For the Charlotte Regional Visitor Authority, Alvin Austin received 11 nominations. Stephanie Hand received 9 nominations. Abigail Gravegard received 11 nominations. Tracy Montrose received 11 nominations. Incumbent Tripp Cagle received 11 nominations. And incumbent Marcy Kelso received 11 nominations. For the Charlotte Water Advisory Committee, Whit McLeod received 11 nominations. For the Community Relations Committee, Sade Cannon received 10 nominations. Nichelle Dunlap received 9 nominations. And Michael Horde received 9 nominations. For the Keep Charlotte Beautiful Committee, incumbent Maggie Brackett received 10 nominations. Incumbent Martin Doss received 11 nominations, and incumbent Stephanie Griffin received 10 nominations. And for the Passenger Vehicle for Hire Board, Hamad Kashmiri received 11 nominations. We'll bring the Planning Commission back. Emma Allen, Robert Hillman, and Will Russell, incumbent, all received more than 2 nominations, but not 6, so we'll bring that one back. For the Public Art Commission, incumbent Nina Jackson received 11 nominations. And for the UDO Board of Adjustments, Devin Gangadine received 11 nominations, and that's it.
Move for acclamation, all
Second.
nominations 6 and above.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, how much pizza is left?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Third, fourth, fifth.
Okay.
That wasn't it.